Good evening. Not the longest running episodic, whatever it is. It's just the watch along thing. Now, I did send along all the links to all the different usual suspects and then some other ones. We'll just see how they end up doing when it comes to that. But for now, it's just we're getting started before the game actually even begins. That way, we're already underway. And again, this is mostly just a watch along BS session, just a hangout thing. I've got it sitting there on the screen and I'm just kind of watching it in the background, but a lot of it is just filler. So basically, just hang out. We'll chat a bit. We can talk about the game occasionally, just for fun, just for a change of pace. But then otherwise, yeah, it'll just be a matter of giving us something extra to do. Otherwise, I'd be sitting there and the game would be literally out of the corner of the screen and I'd be paying a little bit of attention to it. Honestly, I only have one rooting interest. It's just rooting against Eric, basically. The Sam Darnold thing would be kind of funny, though. That'd be a good storyline to play along into this. But yeah, it's basically just rooting against Eric. That's really all that the appeal of this particular game for me. Otherwise, there isn't really a lot of interesting storylines, at least for me personally. So I can see a couple of you already there. So Josh here put in the first comment. Sunday night, you know what that means because Carlos live and Eric's having quality family time. That's right. Well, we'll see if we can drag him out at some point during it. Obviously, he's sitting there watching with mom and the family, but we'll see. He knows it's on. So, and they've all got the link. So we'll see if we can get them to pop in here and there as we go. If things aren't going well, then it's going to be even better. If things are going well, I'm sure Eric will find his way to worm his way into this conversation. I can almost guarantee that. So question for you, folks that are out there. So are you watching it with a group of people? You're just watching it yourself, or you're not really paying that much attention to the game at all? That's what I'm curious about. That's what I would want to know. Whenever you're good, Scott, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on. Good evening, Mr. Scott.
Hello.
How's it going?
Doing good. I'm just sitting around waiting for the game.
Yeah, I was giving everybody the lay of the land. I think the likelihood that we see Eric will depend on whether the Patriots are performing well in the first half. He is a front runner, so if they're doing well, all of a sudden he'll suddenly show up. You know, it'll be all Patriot, whatever Patriot gear he's got, he'll find and drape himself in. But if they're not, he'll try to like hide in the corner and he'll try to sneak away. Like we know where he is.
Yeah, he might even call in sick for the podcast.
Right, exactly.
They lose.
Good evening, Keith. Lonely Basement. Good evening. You know what, Scott? I'm actually going to do something that I haven't done in a long time just because it is a Super Bowl. It is a watch along, so I'm not really too worried about it. But I will keep a short leash. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And if any of the other football folks want to pop on and chime in, you're more than welcome to. It's a BS session. We're just hanging out. So I'm going to bring it up. I'll even pin it for a little while just to let people have a chance if they would like to. Again, fully optional, but I'm going to give you the chance. If you want to pop in and say something, you're more than welcome to. Because otherwise, Scott, I watch all the Super Bowls. But this one and the last Patriots one, I was like, oh, my God, that's going to be a boring game. And the last Patriots one was a boring game. That was a bad game.
Right. I was talking to Brad yesterday, and I think I even said something about this Friday night, was there's no villains. It's like it's more fun to root against somebody other than we have Eric.
Well, I was going to say Eric is sort of a villain.
But I mean,
I would argue he's a villain.
You know, I really, on the field. We don't have a Mahomes. We don't have a pop star in the stands that we can get angry at every time they show her on camera. You know, it's just we don't have that this year.
No, it's right now we don't have enough track record with any of these guys. Drake May is still too new. We don't have much. We don't have much with him. Sam Darnold, technically, that's why I said storyline wise. Sam Darnold's probably the most interesting one because he was dumped by multiple teams.
Right.
And Keith was saying about the Jets fans. That's true. But you know who actually feels worse? Probably the Vikings fans. They had him there for a 14-win season last year.
Yeah.
And then they dished him and said, oh, we'll try this JJ McCarthy thing. Well, they're out of the playoffs and Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah. I mean, somebody had a partial interview talking with Brady, talking about how Drake May looks like a young Tom Brady. I was like, wait a minute, let's pump the brakes a little bit here
it's a reach. And
yeah.
The funny thing is that arguably, like if we're talking about stats wise, Drake May is infinitely better than Tom Brady was in his first Super Bowl appearance. Like Tom Brady was he was the backup who ended up in that position, but it wasn't this guaranteed that he wasn't going to become the guy. Later on, he became the guy. He put up stats, he did all these things, but that was later. The first couple of Super Bowls, that's why a lot of people, when they discount Bill Belichick, I'm like, did you like skip the first 3 Super Bowls? Because the first 3 was way more heavily skewed towards the defense that is Belichick's bread and butter,
Right.
doing heavy lifting, and it was a lot of Adam Vinatieri.
Mhm.
So it's like later Brady became a much heavier part of the load that was part of the reason they were there. So you can give him credit more for the second half than the first half. Wanted to bet Seahawks, but realized I don't know much about these teams. Hey, when everyone's picking one side, that is true. Well, Scott, I got fortunate. I have like an online sports book that we can use here that I set up. They actually had a free wager, and I was like, "Oh, I'm using the free wager of the Patriots then because they're the underdogs. They were almost a 3-1 underdog at the odds I was getting." I was like, "Well, then I'm using the free wager of the 3-1 underdog, and I can cash if basically if they win, I cash the difference." And I was like, "All right, I'll take it."
I am rooting for somebody to rush for 205 yards for our man Wesker Griff. He's got a nice bet on that. So
you're going to be getting pretty good odds for 205. You're getting pretty good odds.
Yeah, it's something about a record breaker. So it's I think you put $10 down and gets 100 times back.
Oh yeah, it'd have to be a massive. That's one of those ones where you don't have to put much cash on it, and you do well. But
yeah, he did well last Super Bowl. So he was shooting. Him and Mike Fabian were shooting what they were doing today.
Okay, makes sense. That's fair. The only I do have one seat. So basically, I've tried to hedge my bets here. I got Patriots money line, which I got good odds on. So I was like, all right, I'll take the free bet on that one. And then the only one that I wagered a little bit, I'm thinking if I'm crossing my fingers and hoping the Seahawks win. But if they're going to win, I feel like Sam Darnold is he's not just going to be able to hand off the ball. I don't think that's going to be enough. But I don't think he has to go crazy either. So I put Sam Darnold plus 225 passing yards, which I think is totally doable. If they're generating any offense, 225 is not asking for too much. I'm not sitting there going, I want a 300. No, 225. I think that's a doable number.
Well, to me, it's going to be whoever can pull off a big play here and there. I don't see big drives in this game. So, but we've been wrong on many Super Bowls. I mean, me personally, anything could happen.
I had a text message thread where I was going back and forth, and they were like, "What do you think?" I go, "Well, I think the Seahawks are a better team, but this year's NFL season, like, I don't trust any of it. None of it makes any sense. It's like I wouldn't bet these two teams to be in there in the first place. So it's like, we got what we got,
and they have 2 weeks, so everybody should be healthier, and also 2 weeks to see all year film and prepare. So it's for defense, to me, that I think it's going to be a heavy defense game. I'm just glad it's nice weather. Looks nice.
Well, I think they got the game out in Santa Clara, don't they? It's in California.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be 2 weeks of rust. That's right. Hey, listen, all I got to say is, like I said, I talked about this storyline earlier going into this game. This is the biggest opportunity right now. It would be quite the feather in his cap if Sam Darnold was able to be Super Bowl champion ahead of Baker Mayfield, ahead of Josh Allen, ahead of Lamar, because right, Sam Darnold was right there, neck and neck with the chosen Rosen, who's going to be out of the league first. And Darnold is obviously, he's done better than that, but he's the first one of that 2018 quarterback class, which has produced. Right. That's been a good quarterback class, man.
And with and I think we talked about this Friday night too about Rosen. It's like how bad the quarterbacking is and how many you need. You need two quality. You need a quality starter and a decent backup. How Rosen hasn't had. He must be just not answering the phone. The NFL team, he just doesn't answer.
It's got to be something because honestly, you could probably make good money holding a clipboard right now.
Right.
The situation is so dire with a lot of these teams. It's like you could literally just make a living holding a clipboard right now.
Yeah. I mean, he has experience reading the defenses and all that. I think you said the other night, he hasn't played on any other league or anything. So he must be just. All right, Zach. That year they played in New York in the cold rain and stuff. That game just sucked.
Scott, you don't even have to go that far. Just go watch the AFC Championship. You literally saw what that would look like. That's basically what it would look like.
Yeah,
And that was atrocious. Nobody
I
enjoyed that.
with the weather we've had down here in the South, I'm happy to see some sunshine, even if it's on TV. So, I moved to North Carolina from northern Iowa hoping to be warm. And this year ain't been the ticket.
Yeah. That's right, Ham. Holding a clipboard and getting paid. It's a good deal, man.
Right.
Absolutely. It's a good deal. So yeah, that's kind of the thing is that we'll see. And Scott, that was the other reason I decided to start at 6:15 because I was sitting there like the pomp and circumstance of the pregame show takes forever. It's like, guys, I don't care. Just kick off the damn ball. Do the coin toss and kick off the ball.
I mean, when they start the pregame at 1:00, is that what I read today?
What was that?
Whether they start the pregame at 1 on NBC?
It was like 5 hours before.
Yeah, I'm like, what possibly?
They're going to basically exhaust every single storyline angle. They're like, let me tell you about Sam Darnold for the 47th time. And I'm like, yes, we know.
Create an angle to play, It's just...
Bro, there is no creative angle. There's no way.
Yeah.
All right. Ham says we give thoughts on score. 34-23 Seattle is what Ham's got. So we gave kind of general predictions. So I haven't done a score one.
I did.
So my condition is this. I think if it's the Patriots, then it's a low scoring thing. You follow the old school kind of blueprint where you keep the score down. And that way it allows you to kind of hang in there and make it physical. If Seattle wins, I like the team themselves. That's what I'm hoping for. And if Seattle wins, I feel like it would be a higher score. So basically you'd be the over. So Ham's score here would be like the over, which I'd agree with. If Seattle is winning, I feel like that's the avenue for them. It's wishful thinking on my part, Scott. Like I said, I don't just want New England to lose, Scott. I want to be able to play Eric's clip of all we do is win, 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 and then have him come on here and have to face the music because they didn't just lose but they are curb stomped. I want a curb stomping is what I want.
I want another third and long and a guy catch it on his hand and helmet again for the Seahawks. Yeah.
So let me go with this. I'll go a little bit lower than Ham. Let's say 27-14 Seattle. 27-14.
Yeah, I was thinking 24-17 Friday. I don't think it. To me, that's not low scoring, but it's not high scoring either. And I think that's where these two offense and defenses are at.
Mm-hmm. Cold pass. I want a blizzard. 65 and sunny here in Oklahoma. Well, there you go.
Yeah, we're getting that later this week.
Yeah, Laura says Seahawks revenge. Hey, that'd be good, man. I'd enjoy it. Let's see here. I'm not a Super Bowl fan. Everyone asking your plans, what you're going to eat. Non-sports people wanting to talk your ear off. I want to watch football like I've done since September. Well, that's the funny thing. It's going to be, I always laugh. It's like my buddy used to do a Super Bowl party every year. And when he did that, then yeah, fine. All right. We'll do, we go a little bit out of our way to do a little extra. But I got to be honest, Scott, if I'm just watching the Super Bowl, it's like I made tortellini. I just had like a regular meal.
I did fix a pizza this evening because I was like, I got a pizza. That was cool, man. They showed the inside cockpit. That was at least different. Gave us something different.
Yeah. Sven here says, hope it won't be like 2015. Agreed. Run the ball. That's right. You got it, buddy. You got it. When you're good, Paul, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, no, I agree. We'll see. We'll see how it warms up. I ended up doing, Scott, you were kind of semi-frozen, Paul, so I don't know if you gave me a thumbs up or not, but I didn't see it. There you go. Now I see you. How's it going?
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, I just I had the volume a little bit high and I clicked on it and everything froze for 5 seconds.
That's all good. It's all good.
We're doing fine. How are you guys?
All right.
It's going all right, buddy. All right. I'm actually, I was kind of enjoying, I set up the iPad here so that I'd have a little bit extra real estate on my screen. It's basically, when it comes to the Super Bowl, like a lot of it, I'm not invested in these teams. So I'll watch the game and I've got the score and everything. I can still see what's going on in front of me, but while I'm looking at you guys, I got the screen just below here. So the multi-screen life is being lived, Scott. That's all that matters. That's all I want.
I got the game in y'all. So at least the first commercial was nice. Sophia Vega, she wins.
I was going to say the real bets, the heavy betting, Paul, is going to be like I'm only betting a couple of dollars on like the money line and a little bit on Darnold going over 225 passing, which I'm crossing my fingers for. If the Seahawks win, I need him to do a little bit. I don't think I'm asking for too much, but no, if we're going to spend like if I'm going to bet thousands of dollars, I got to do it on the commercials, man. That's where the money is.
Yeah.
The over under of the national anthem, the color of the Gatorade, good bet.
Well, I'm trying to remember my favorite. There was I don't remember what year it was, but like I said, my buddy used to do a Super Bowl party, and we do the Super Bowl squares, we do all the stuff. And but I think it was the year Lady Gaga was doing like the national anthem. I can't remember the year. Maybe you guys remember. Whatever year that was, I was sitting there like, I'll take the over. I literally went hard on the over, and it's like, wait, so like on the whole song or on the Brave note? Yes, both. The over. We're taking the over on both. Easy money, Paul. Easy money.
I thought the over got hit until it almost wasn't worth it though anymore that year.
Well, they will just keep adjusting it. Like, you know, to be honest, for a lot of the pop singers and stuff, it was easy money. That's not a joke. Like for a lot of them, I'll be like, yeah, I'm taking the over. Like you haven't even, I don't care. Whatever number they came up with, I'm going with the over. They would blast past it. But obviously, eventually, they'll just keep increasing the number until it evens out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
like,
they got
right, Lady Gaga. You want to hold Brave for 47 seconds? You're welcome to do it, but you're going to pass out and die.
Yeah, I think they got up to like 2 minutes and 20 seconds one time. I'm like, whoa. That's a long time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They'll just keep bumping the number until, all right, now I dare you. I dare you to try to drag this out. And we're going to do the progressive rock version of the national anthem 45 minutes later.
The Freebird version of the national anthem.
Be amazing. Scott, I'd watch that at halftime. I watched the progressive rock version of the national anthem. They just keep going. It's like, why is there a 25-minute guitar solo? Why isn't there a 25-minute guitar solo? Let's go.
Well, isn't it like the true Canadian one, like actually like way longer than the one they sing at the sporting events?
Well,
like
like if you want to go with like the longest possible version of it, there's one where they intersperse French and English lyrics. So you can increase it, like drag it up. Most of them are like, no, guys, no. Just pick one of them and switch it to French and then switch it back to English and just keep the rest of it. Just go all the way through. Please. Please, just spare us. Look, I'm consistent on this point. I am in the anti-national. I don't care which national anthem it is. Canadian, right. American, German, Yiddish. I don't care. No, right. Thank you. Pass.
Supposedly, someone walked in to Caesars and bet $250,000 in cash on heads on the coin toss.
that is right. That's some degenerate gambling. That is some solid degenerate gambling we can get behind. Can even feel a joke. Jagger says because I got to make Scream 7 to make 8, 9, 10. That's right. You know the score. You get it.
Yeah.
You get it. You're right. Good evening, Rob. Yes, great day for sorting cards. Absolutely. Go for it. Why not? Facts. Stay thematic, Scott. I've even got the Brett Favre's off screen. So if the interlude happens, I may grab some stuff out of the box. We'll see.
I think I saw the best Favre case I have ever seen at just a local show today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like all the Star Rubies, all the patch autos that had multiple shields, the starter logo, the Packers 75th, like a third of that logo. He had a 24 karat gold. The Brilliance one. What else was sitting in there? Oh, he had no, that wasn't. I think he had a 97 precious metal, but the Donruss one.
Okay.
Just an insane case.
Nice. It's always interesting to see because it does accumulate. Because it makes sense in Wisconsin that somebody would have loaded up because it makes sense being the demographic there. Ham says he watched the Whatnot for a couple hours and won a free card. What'd you win, Ham? Because I had the thing with Mr. Beast on the Whatnot show.
Does it say how many people were on there when you were there?
Yeah, if you want to fill in some of the blanks now, that'd be really great. That'd be great. And then also mention what card you want. Be curious.
I do not go on Whatnot, so
Yep. All right, Keith's going. See, Keith. I like Keith's score. I can get behind this. 38-3 Seattle. I love it. I would enjoy it tremendously.
why wouldn't you have honorary captains from the past of the two teams that are playing? I don't.
Because Brady's not interested in Seattle. Their players are either still playing or pissed at the franchise.
Jim
I was going to say, if you think of Seattle, who are you going to get? Steve Largent? It's like, well, he never won a Super Bowl with them.
Well, you still get somebody. Jim Zorn. I mean, they're,
I really hope this is tails.
With that kind of bet, it would be amazing.
And the guy won $250,000.
Oh, did he? He won it? BS is known for not showing cards. We should have a Super Bowl party and not watch the game. Well, right now, I would bet you, Scott, what's going to be fun is I was joking because a bunch of people reached out and they say, hey, are you going to do a Super Bowl watch-along? I say, are you even going to watch the game? I go, no, I just want you guys to bullshit. I go, I understand. Fair enough. Like, I think I'd actually be curious what the rating is going to be for this one. I think outside of like the local demographic, I actually think the interest level is pretty low for this one here.
I don't know. It's the Super Bowl. So, I mean, they didn't even have anybody working overtime at my job today because they knew nobody would come in. So it's like,
I think there'll be people who will watch, but I think it's going to be. I just think the interest level isn't going to be super high. Let's put it this way: if the game gets out of hand early, the amount of people who will click off will be noticeable because they've got the ratings by like the quarterly hour. If the game is not competitive, like a lot of people would just be like, "All right, what else you guys got food wise?"
Yeah, because I was like, well, if he, I didn't know you said you were going to do it, and I was like, if he invites me, I'll get on. But if not, I was going to list cards. Like that was my plan. Have the game on and list cards. That was the plan for tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it has a lot of people's attention. Not a lot of focus on it.
Well, it's just there's no story. If you're not a fan of the two teams, there's no story. There's no, somebody to hate or anything.
I don't have the interest level in hitting up a couple people and being like, hey, we watching the game and getting pizza like you would if there were other teams involved.
Yeah. I think that's the feeling I've been getting. That's the general sentiment. That's why even Scott in the title, I put literally the Darnolds at Pat Patriot.
Right.
That's what we're going for. It's the Darnolds versus.
I saw the picture of Eric hugging the mayonnaise.
So good. So good. Listen, Drake May is not worthy, Scott. He has not earned the right. So we've got Eric hugging a mayonnaise jar with Pat Patriot on it. That's what we get.
I saw it. That was good.
That's the thumbnail. It was after the Beast show. A couple people got rated, and it was a room with flawless break. Josh Allen based to 50. Hey, free card's free card, man. Free card is free card.
Yep.
It counts. Dave Craig says Keith here. That's
yeah.
You got to find some names, man. Find some names in the past.
Kennedy's a Hall of Fame offensive lineman, right? Cortez.
My favorite. I don't know if you heard it, Scott. My favorite storyline coming out of this was that Brady was not initially. He was literally being asked, do you root? Are you have a rooting interest? And he decided to play Switzerland, and all the Patriots fans are mad at him. So how dare you not root for our team openly?
Yeah.
Scott, did you want to catch yourself there? Because Cortez Kennedy's got an obvious detriment to being able to.
Oh yeah, there you go. I'm sorry. Yeah. R.I.P.
Cortez Kennedy
they had a cutout of him. I mean, that's better than I don't understand. At least during the playoffs, they had people attached to the teams somehow.
Yeah.
So it was
But yeah, if you meant Walter Jones, yes, he would be a logical suspect.
Yeah, Phil Joe. I haven't seen the patch. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see it. I guess probably they'll do some close-ups of some of the players, and we'll get at least a few of it. Wouldn't shock me though. I see the actual logo they're using is pretty colorful, so I don't know if that's going to match what they've got on the patch.
What is Topps going to have the 60 patch in the future release?
If they're smart, why? That's the easiest thing to do. Why wouldn't you?
That
That's
update
easy.
sold so crazy because of it.
Yeah.
I
I was going to
would
say, like, that's an
highly-
opportunity. And you got a lot of players wearing their patches. So just throw a patch on there somewhere.
I would highly doubt that they get access to the jerseys in this game. You get access to other stuff, not the jerseys.
Yeah. I haven't seen what happened to her. She got flown out today.
Yeah, she broke her leg or something. I heard about it. I didn't watch any of it.
She's such on the edge. How many times has she broken her leg?
Well, that's kind of the nature of the particular sport that she's in.
That's why I don't ski. That's gravity going downhill, ice.
Yeah. Yeah, like in some of the fastest parts of the downhill, you're going over 130 kilometers an hour.
Right.
So like, yeah, and she had a torn ACL going into it. So
Right.
well, basically what happened was, like I said, I went and quickly scanned an article, and apparently she was going through one part of the track, and basically it's a little bit of a bump. If you're not careful, you go airborne, and if you go airborne on that piece, you can't control it. So as soon as you lose control and you're airborne, you're basically you're hoping to land well. That's the whole best you can do.
Apply the airbag.
Yeah. So and apparently the airbag worked, but at the same time, like her leg still got twisted up because the skis didn't come off. Because these skis can get caught in the snow, and then it's like your leg is twisting the wrong way. Well, guess that's how you hurt your leg.
Yeah, she made a bad situation worse.
How? And she's not a young lady anymore either. I mean,
yep. Well, for skier, she's right at the end. She technically could have stayed retired. I think she's 41, 42, something like that.
Yeah.
I think she wanted to do it because this would be a last shot. Like she's not getting a chance to reload for another Olympics. She's not coming back at 45 and trying. Like that's it. That was the last shot. I like an Alexander Degg reference. Nicely done, Rob. See? And what are you doing, Bobbles? And what are you doing? Had a fully torn ACL and still attempted the run. And what are you doing? Custer didn't give up. You got to stay on it. And Eric hurt himself sitting in his chair on Friday. What does that tell you?
Raising his hand.
I know. It's facts. His investments in medevac helicopters. That'd be good. That'd be a good investment.
Man, he's had 2 really nice catches throws on time.
Yeah, that one the play before was that was ballsy.
Yeah. That might be called back.
When does he get control? See if they get they got the playoff.
Yeah. So Bobble says I was being serious or even trying to suppress it. Much more interested. I hope she would have completed the run than the outcome of this game. That's fair. I get you. Backing up. Well, be careful. I've seen Eric hurt himself just sitting in a chair. Speaking of Eric, just remember, no matter what happens tonight, we'll still hate you all. It's all right. We hate you too.
I love you, Eric.
Hit the like button specifically for Eric.
That's right. I love to see you suffer. Does that count, Eric? Cup Cup to plus 250 for anytime TD. All right. I like it. I like it. Got to get our wagers in. The great irony, Scott. It's like, oh, we can't have all this box breaking, all this gambling in the hobby. It's bad for people. So anyway, what kind of odds you got on MVP?
Well, that's I've heard so much about gambling the last year or so, and I'm like, it's always gambling. Yeah. Anytime you buy a pack of cards, you're gambling on what you. Even in 1978, you were hoping to get something, and it was a gamble.
I think the one argument I'll accept, Scott, is that the stakes are higher now. Like before, like it was because it was so small. Like if you bet $1 on the coin toss, no one is going to bat an eye. No one gives a shit. Right. You bet $250, they're like, so you are a degenerate, are you?
But that's what I was getting ready to say is now you can't afford to lose.
Yes, correct.
It's it's the old Barkley thing. Like, do you have a gambling addiction? No, you only have an addiction if you can't afford to lose. So it's like So that's the difference. So.
Yeah, and I think that's basically what's broken the whole thing. It's so expensive now.
It's so
before if you had a bad box, you're like, oh man, yeah, I'm out like $75. That sucks. It's not so bad. But now when it's like that's an $800 box, you can't get beaten down that way. It's no good.
It's not even cards. Also, my buddy sent me a men's Rumble odds last week.
Yep.
They had 3 guys at plus 200. I'm like, shouldn't that at least be 300 and or like 350, and then all the other guys are the field? No, 3 guys at plus 200. I'm like, that's a pretty big house edge there. I'm not interested in that one.
I would have loved. To be honest, I would love this great scandal to be that Triple H is like, yeah, I changed the Rumble winner. Why? I got money on the other guy.
Oh, shit.
It's like it's literally you're the one literally scripting it.
I had Stephanie put the house on Bovada.
Be amazing. That's all I'm saying. Be amazing.
I was watching that Juggalo wrestling before this. That's what I was watching.
Oh, isn't that one where they brought in Russo?
Russo, well, he's 51% owner of the company now.
I can't see what could possibly go wrong.
Well, it's WCW. I mean, it's
WCW without a budget. What do you think?
Well, it's actually TNA when he was at TNA. It's like tonight is for the belt. It's Storm against Mr. Anderson for the belt. So I was like, well, this is just TNA when Russo was there.
Well, bless their heart, they're trying. I guess I don't know.
It's not bad. They got some good wrestlers in there. The best part is the Juggalos are not on there anymore. Like the two guys.
That sounds like a lawsuit. Juggalo Championship Wrestling with no Juggalos?
Well, they're in the
What
crowd.
hell?
The fans are, but the two guys, they're not in it. The one guy's supposed to be coming back.
All right, for the record, so after the first drive of Seattle's first drive, Sam Darnold, 2 for 4, 38 yards. My plus 225 is off to a good start, Scott. We're off to a good start.
I didn't want to jinx it. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Basically, I think it'll be up to Seattle. I jokes aside, I think it'll be up to Seattle's defense because if they can get New England off the field quickly a couple of times, that's going to help a lot because it'll allow them to spread the ball around.
I don't know. So you might want a shootout. So they got to score.
Well, for one of those, listen, for the Seattle side of my wager, who wins is irrelevant.
Right.
The only thing I'm looking for is yards. That's all I'm shooting for on that side of it. So if you all want to go up and down the field, knock yourself out. Have at it in the first half. Really go nuts if you want to.
It's a good sign for Seattle for scoring first. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, it's a good start. We'll take it. So, Paul, here's the question. We were kind of referencing it earlier. Who feels worse? So the Jets are obviously the Jets. Everything they touch turns to crap. However, if let's say Darnold does have a good performance, like he's come off 2 14-win seasons. So who ends up feeling worse? The Vikings for giving up on him with a decent team that should maybe have done better than they did, but put their money behind McCarthy, or the Jets' consistent, endless failure, and this just being an exclamation point on yet again failure.
So say, who else did the Jets? I mean, it's not like Zach Wilson became anything.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who they drafted before Darnold in the first round. I mean, it's not like I think my answer is Minnesota.
I think so. I think just the fact that they actually had a good season the season prior.
Especially considering how it's perceived as being weak this year. So even if you're just like remotely good, you could very easily be in this game. Even if you would have franchised them and just been like, hey, McCarthy, we'll see you in a year.
I think the fact that JJ McCarthy looked bad in the majority of the time he was doing his stuff is like probably doesn't help either. He did exactly
I was
light the
gonna say,
world on fire.
Jets are pretty good at letting quarterbacks go, and they do well somewhere else.
Oh, I agree, but it's not like, let's put it this way: even the ones that did well, there's let's put a cap on that. Like it's not like anybody came off the Jets. Oh, Super Bowl winning. No, most of the Jets quarterbacks are like maybe they're okay, but on the Jets, they're the Jets. Trash, doesn't go anywhere. Maybe somewhere else is serviceable. Like Bobbles has mentioned Geno Smith. Geno Smith has been decent, but nobody's going to sit there and go like, oh man, the Jets would be so much better if they had Geno Smith. No, the Jets are still the Jets.
Yeah.
The other answer is the Panthers, because they did have Baker and Darnold in the same year.
Yeah, him and
they
had the two of them, and they both became serviceable starters elsewhere.
Yeah. And then the Panthers then invested first overall plus basically next year's first overall to grab average.
It's a tough one. I agree, Ham. It hasn't been good for him. I feel bad for them, but then I'd be a liar. I can be accused of many things, but I will not fib on this matter. Their suffering amuses me.
I couldn't really say anything at the card show to a bunch of Chicago fans because they're dealers that I do business with frequently, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Mm-hmm. You only get to talk if you have the last laugh. Currently is not the time. It is not the time.
Yeah, that did not help either.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be funny because the Packers could beat the Bears the next 5 games by a combined score of 347-0, and they'll be like, "But that one game, Caleb Willis made that one throw." It'll be like, "You understand? This has been very one-sided, but okay, fine."
Yeah.
But it's not Green Bay, but they're gonna have to win the next one.
Well, that feels like the drive is over.
I haven't seen that kind of athleticism from a New England quarterback since Tom Brady.
He did look like a young Tom Brady. He actually looked like an old Tom Brady.
Well, arguably, Scott, an old or young Tom Brady. Did you see Tom Brady's 40-yard dash? Tom Brady in his youths did not look like. There are people I can find off the street that could look more athletic in running.
He probably thought it was a relay race. It's a long way.
Bad. It was bad.
And 15 seconds later, your unathletic comment is null and void.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't impressed by that run. Listen, if right now, if you were chasing after somebody with a meat cleaver, we'd see much better running than that.
That is true. So you have the over on yards in the first half?
No, that's for just Darnold, 225 passing yards for the whole game. Any combination. I just need him to basically, like 225, I felt like was a good number because it's not asking too much. I'm not sitting here asking him to light it up. If he gets 125 yards in each half, that would be more than enough to cover it. So I felt like it was a reasonable number.
And that's what, even odds? Or essentially even?
Yeah, you get a little, it's like 1.7 to 1, basically what it came out to.
So that's a plus bet?
Yeah. They don't have a lot of faith.
Like that.
That's what I was saying. Like I actually felt like the odds were decent. I was like, I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
I like that bet.
Yeah, it's not just the numbers. You always look for what the odds are. Like I want a decent number to come out of that. And if we can get that, that'll be fine. Getting Orlando?
It doesn't hurt that they start on their own 10 also. It's not like they started this drive on the 50 where it's like, well, that's only 50 yards I can make.
Yeah. I just think what the main thought process was, if Seattle wants to do well in this, they can't just run the ball. But I'm not asking him to go out there and make 40-yard throws. Just make a couple of decent intermediate throws, a little bit of yards after catch, and you can add it up pretty quickly. That's all we're looking for. There you go. Orlando does a high Paul for you.
What's going on, Orlando?
That's right, Laura. Patriots graciously give the Seahawks the ball back. That's generosity right there. We appreciate it.
In 45 seconds, we can wait for Eric to pop in and pop back out.
We'll
Hey
see.
guys, I'm here for the commercial.
We'll see. Look, I was kind of secretly hoping that that Eric would make like a grand pronouncement, because one of my favorite football related clips was when he came on, and it was during that Detroit Lions game, and he basically said, it's over, it's one side of this whole thing, and then massive comeback. Detroit completely blows it, and it's like, and I get to play the clips side by side each other with the SpongeBob thing in the middle. I'm like, yep. Somewhere out there in Detroit, like no one wants to talk to you in Detroit. They're like, you need to stay out of Detroit. So curiosity for the chat. So where are you folks watching? Just hanging out in your office? You watching it in front of the TV, hanging out with folks, or what's the situation? What is your Super Bowl viewing experience situation?
And raise your hand if you're crapping on your family and you have this in your headphones, but you're sitting there with your family.
Even better. Bonus points for
and
that.
crapping on them in the process.
Double bonus if you're not even watching the game and you're just here for the bullshitting. Because that's the thing. And got to go into the man cave. Fair. Reasonable. I get you. Yeah, because that was a lot of the feedback. So I was like, hey, I don't even want to watch the game, but I just go on so we can bullshit. It's like, fair enough. I can do that. I was going to watch it in my office anyway. I got the monitor and I can do all this stuff here. It's easy to do. What I'm actually curious about, Scott, I don't know. I kind of want to see. Let's see. Is there any? I think Fanatics would be smart enough not to run any auctions today. Let's see. Doing anything? Oh, actually, no, they are running some auctions.
You already say that. Tonight's their night they end them.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious if they would run. Let's see how much they put in here. 1,000+ results. Okay. See if there's anything good. Let's see. Whenever there's any kind of like a big game or anything, I always wonder like what kind of stuff they would run.
I think there's
the hardcores will chase stuff.
There's another auction house that's like running a big auction right now too. I think.
Could be.
I just saw a video on that. I didn't watch. I saw somebody post something about it.
Okay.
Was that one Huggins and Scott that had a big one ending tonight? Or was it Heritage? Or
it's one of
no, it wasn't Huggins. I think it was Heritage.
Okay. Well, it looks like Fanatics Collect. If anybody wants a red precious metal gems Marvin Harrison, there's one up for auction right now. Let's see here. Just going through because now I'm curious. You have piqued my curiosity.
So, Ham, who are the big guys? Who are these big card guys? Will I know them? It's always interesting with stuff like that.
So, just getting a time check. What's the game clock on your screens right now? Just curious.
6:28, 6:26.
Okay, so I'm about 10 seconds ahead of Scott. Gotcha.
I'm with Scott.
Okay.
I watch it on Hulu.
Well, you just lost out on 90 yards.
I know that. So I already saw that. I was about 10 seconds. If he had put a little more air under it, if he had put a little bit more air, the throw itself wasn't bad, but put a little more air under it, and it actually would have worked really well. Just a little more air. Beer and foosball with hockey card content. There you go. Carlos scrolling profusely through Josh Rosen. You know. You know. You know the score, Zach. You know.
Yeah, I like card collect. I like Ryan. I'm not a big Gary V fan.
Yeah. Let me just see here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, here. Let me scroll through. Hodges.
Can't really say
Thank you
anything.
very much. Appreciate that.
What's that?
I have Gary V, and he seems fine in the flesh. So,
Well, look, a lot of people fixate on it. Here's the thing. He's a marketing guy first and foremost. Two things can be true at the same time. He cares about the cards he cares about. He cares about selling his product. But it's one of those things where like he knows that he can tell people, but I'm like, it's your own damn fault if he tells you something and then you suddenly start buying it up. But then everybody cries to him about it, like, okay, so is this situation that you're not allowed to say you like anything? Because if you do and you have a following, then you're pumping it. Okay, fair enough. So then he left and he goes, oh, Gary V left. And it's like, make up your damn mind. Do you want the guy to stick around and say stuff or say nothing? What do you want?
I want to rephrase what I said. As a human being, I think he's great because I've seen him at the National and stuff. He takes the time for kids.
Yeah, sure.
The product is geared for kids and all that. But some of the stuff, what I don't like about him is he came out of nowhere, and when he speaks, it's just filled of, to me, a lot of cliches. And it's just, I don't know. What everybody loves about him, I don't get. So that's what I should say.
You just described the entire self-help genre.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. You got to be willing to do it yourself the first time. So
yeah, you basically have to go look up Mel Robbins. You'll get a laugh.
And also if you can afford to fail, it also helps. So
that's right. Yeah. Well, that's why I say, like, you can, if you're in that position, you can gamble a little bit. You can try stuff, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. There were Fanatics guys. They were pumping one on. Okay. Oh, Scott, the Fanatics 2024 Prism Gold Choice Drake May rookie out of 10. We'll see if it jumps up throughout the game.
I do want to. I do need just a base rookie of him, preferably not graded. That would be that. You want to talk about rare though? That'll be rare to find.
Well, Eric happens to have one of those, Scott. Depending on how this game goes, maybe you can get one.
It might be ripped in half afterwards.
By the time the game's over. You're going to say something, Paul? What was that?
No, it is ballsy to have a big Drake May ending tonight.
Yeah. There you go. Ham likes your jacket, Paul.
Yeah. Jameis fan. And because the Bucks don't have many fans, you can find like really good stuff for Tampa for basically nothing. And because I live in Wisconsin and it's still freezing up here, this jacket's comfy, so I'm wearing it. It's not more complicated than that.
Ham will take it.
I just thought you get confused with the base.
Could be. So Rob here says, Florida man's got to take what he can get. He works with what he's got. So Rob says, I'm new to Scott and Boomer. What would you say in a few short words to describe who they are and what they do as collectibles? Oh, please. I want Paul to describe himself before we get there. Scott, what do you tell the people? Tell who is Big Scott really?
I don't know in a few words. I'm a mainly baseball guy, but I do like all sport. I like football. Have gotten into WNBA. I like hockey. That's it. I collect cards of all ages and genres. Vintage, modern, middle age, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
All right. Now, Paul, before you describe yourself, I want to say quickly on this Fanatics Select, there's a 2023 Prism Red and Yellow CJ Stroud. Somewhere in the distance, Dakota screaming into the darkness of the night. I just wanted to make that note.
Him screaming makes us all happy there. And hopefully the dog he has doesn't get skunked again. Or maybe we hope it for, or we don't hope it for the dog's sake, but it stinks up his house, so we hope it happens. I am a football guy. Just always have been interested card-wise in football. I have a rookie of every Hall of Famer. I have an autograph of all but 12 Hall of Famers. A rookie of anyone who ever made the all-decade team. MVP, Player of the Year, and MVP and Rookie of the Year. I do non-sports also, so but it's mostly football.
That's fair. So there you go. Hopefully that helps, Rob. So whenever we speak of someone who is an aficionado of the serial killers, we're talking about Paul usually too.
All
right. My conclusion here, Scott, is this Fanatics Collect actually has some decent stuff in it. Are they sure this is wise?
Well, I mean, that I actually like that site. It's easy. I can usually pick off some good stuff in there.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't know. Like, I haven't comped any of this stuff, but I'm definitely seeing some nice stuff. Like, there's good, nice stuff on here. We got gold prisms of some good people on here. We've got there is a Will Smith Cup RPA shield. There's a shield on there. It's going for 16,000 right now, so I guess it's not hurting. Seems to be going okay. Good stuff, Rob. Thank you. Found an Emlyn Tunnel autograph from Paul. There you go, Orlando. There you go.
I do appreciate that. That pretty much 100% helped fund another autograph I needed.
Excellent. Worked out. I hit 6 or 7 one-on-ones out of prison today. They gave everything away the entire stream. It was entertaining and cringe at the same time. About 80K worth of product. All right. I like the summation ham. Thank you for that. We got a Japanese Shohei card. World Baseball Classic Shohei patch. All right. Now I got to see if they got him in my regular guys. So I started from the top, Scott. I just wanted to scroll through and just kind of see, like, what do you guys got here? I'm curious. A Steve Young Rubies, red rubies out of 50. Okay.
Is that 98?
Yes. Sorry, 97. 97.
97? Okay. I thought I had the numbering in my head. I guess I don't.
Yeah. Skybox Premium Ruby, Steve Young out of 50. PSA 8. Paul Scott, you going to the National?
Yes. And hopefully silver is over 120 or what is it? 135 an ounce. And if it's 45 or under, Filmington may be inside the chili because that's just the way I do it.
Hey, guys, we got our Airbnb and so I go with Mike O, Wesker Griff, East Connecticut Cards, Mike Fabian, Dave, Midlife Card Crisis, and this year Brad is part of our house. So
Brad 8671.
Yep.
Speaking of, I won't say who gave me the heads up, Scott, but a little birdie on my shoulder told me that the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame video might be coming as soon as Tuesday.
Yeah, we got he in our group chat. He told it, and then yesterday I talked to him. He said, I go, you better tell Carlos. He goes, all right, here he knows. So,
I said, I will get Eric on the campaign trail. He'll be out there stumping.
Well, Hitman 23 is in that house too, Mike. It's a good group of guys. We have fun.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know that Ryan wants to hit up Avenged on Thursday night, and GNR plays Wednesday night. I may just have to come down Wednesday and just make it a whole weekend thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we get there Tuesday. We got the house Tuesday through Sunday. I guess Tuesday is just easy to get all the tickets and everything. And last year we went to a White Sox game on Tuesday night.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually gotten a ticket. I know people on the inside, and they help
Good.
me. Although I do work for it, so it's not free.
Shoot, how they got it so locked down, it's tough. I like listening to everybody bitch. They used to get free, get in a day early and know somebody, and they put block on a lot of that.
Yeah. The line on Friday was long.
Nice. So Orlando's got 230 different Football Hall of Fame autographs. Nice, Orlando. Been the National Again room with Brian Nolan as always, and hand booked his Airbnb. There you go. Nice.
Are those all goal line arts, Orlando? Or are they mostly goal line arts and whoever died before it, you get something else?
With that open-ended for Orlando to answer. So I've come to the conclusion, Scott, some people want to play a dangerous game. I see a Panini Prism Gold Drake May out of 10 on here as well. I don't know if you guys want to do that.
New England better get in front of the sticks, or Drake May ain't gonna do shit. All he's gonna be is on his back all game because they keep getting third and long, and they can't. They're bringing the house.
There you go. There's the answer about that one. Yes, about the 225 gold liner.
Yeah, that's a fun set.
I appreciate your consideration, Zach. My national band, it's a national tragedy. Truly it is. It's self-imposed, but it's still a tragedy.
Right.
Yeah, at this point, Scott, like, hell no. Like, I always joked about it for years. Like, nah, at this point, like, nah, y'all have to pay me. I'm not dealing with that shit. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the best part about it for me is just going to hang out with guys and making them.
No, that's what I'm talking about, Scott. If I have to hang out with those people, then I want to get paid double. Maybe triple, actually. I've seen these people. I'm good. Thank you.
Because Ham, are you sharing a house with somebody, or did you just get a Airbnb for yourself? Because from the first year we got an Airbnb, the night the lights went out to this one, it's about doubled the price.
Well, it costs more when you actually have electricity, Scott. That costs extra. You guys want power?
And, yeah.
Everyone sits in there filming their videos at 9:30 at night, and then we hit up trade night. All right, what's up with the bandwidth around here? Yeah, we're all just uploading our videos.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, Dustin and Steve. Yes, that's right. So Ham is in the official Airbnb. Yes, the off-centered Airbnb. See, that would be that, Paul. That should be the fucking content, like Mecca. There should be content being made out of there constantly. The scandalousness, the ridiculous ads, the codes, SCD-25 for everything in life.
So who is so what do y'all got to put on y'all's front door? I mean, is y'all sponsor? Who's sponsoring the house? Dustin.
You ever seen, Scott, like the legend Open Sesame? You don't say Open Sesame, you say SCD-25, or the door doesn't open. You can't get in.
Our Airbnb is brought to you by.
Yes.
Hey Alf, I got something to tell you.
Just collect. You want to sell cards to Leighton? This room sponsored by Comsey.
I think the thing that shocks me.
Oh, I love it. I'm not jealous either. Good for you guys. I wish I could get it. I'm sorry, Paul.
I think the thing that shocks me is the fact that Neo drives in and he's just anal about being a block from the convention center. I drive in also, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll stay 6 months. I'll stay like other side of the airport.
We were last year. We were in a neighborhood by the lake. It was really nice, but it only took me less than 10 minutes to get to the.
Oh, super easy. Yeah, I mean, it's super easy. Like, if you leave the hotel at 8, you can reasonably be in the garage across the street. 15 minutes.
Yeah,
20 minutes if the traffic is bad. Like, you're still fine.
Well, last year I did find the other parking places connected to the other, a little bit further to walk, but it was a lot easier to get in and out. Even though I got lost going back because I took the wrong turn in the air bridge. It's like, son of a bitch when I got
I'm just enjoying that every year. I feel like we're testing you guys. We're just finding out, how far you're willing to go. A couple of years from now, Scott was like, all right, I'm going to National. I got an Airbnb with the guys. Okay, where's your Airbnb? It's in a van down by the river. Oh, man. Finally, it got there. It got all the way to the van down by the river.
So, Dan, was that the pre-war or vintage show or whatever? And where was that?
You're talking about the Net 54 thing?
Yeah. Where was that?
I know they had a Net 54 thing. I don't know where that was. I'm not sure. I know Dan was off on the road, but I forget where he popped in. Feel free to fill in the blanks. Yeah, good evening, Dan. So Mike says the goal is to make the main road from the south, and you don't deal with the traffic off the interstate. We Uber everywhere. Y'all being fancy.
Yeah, I also have the detriment of if we do hit up some of the concerts, I'm the guy who drives, so I kind of have to park across the street for when we decide we're going south to the Credit One Amphitheater, I think its name is. Okay. I'm the guy who drives there every time.
All right.
Huh. I wonder what facility.
You basically go south on the freeway, like half hour without the traffic and 45 minutes out with it. The good news is that you're going. Yeah, it's the freeway, but you're kind of not heading the way that the Monday to Friday working people head, so you can it's faster than you'd think.
Yeah, when I went to a White Sox game, that was tough drive. But when me and Ed went to WNBA on a Friday night, that was actually not a bad drive. It was pretty easy getting there and coming back. It was not that hard at all.
Yeah, if you're going to hit up something like Soldier Field or Navy Pier or the UC, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
But if you're going the other way, you're fine.
We were thinking about going to Milwaukee Tuesday night, but they're not playing. That was our thought last year. We're like, let's go to Milwaukee Tuesday night to a game. But we're not playing because we looked at it. We go, we can either drive 10 miles into Chicago and for an hour and a half drive, or we can just go straight to Milwaukee. It's an hour and a half drive.
Once you get about 5 miles north on the freeway, it's pretty smooth on that interstate.
Right.
Unless you're hitting it between 4 and 6 o'clock, and then you're screwed.
I think this time our Airbnb supposedly is really close. It's about 6 minutes.
Okay. Not too bad.
I'm trying to figure where it's at because I don't think there's any neighborhoods that are that close, but that I know of. But
Scott, I found it. Now that while we've been talking, I've been scanning. But Scott, speaking of bold from earlier, It's a bold move.
I can defend this a lot more than I can defend May at auction.
Oh, by comparison, the price point is not even close. What I'm getting at is that I do feel like strategically, if you talk about the strategery, having it the night of, I sold a Sam Darnold RPA last week. Got okay money for it. I wasn't complaining, but doing it last week gives you that 1 week buffer because hope springs eternal. You have no idea what's going to happen. The game is in progress. There's still another 2.5 hours until extended bidding. You're going to find out basically the next couple hours are going to be very telling with both guys, depending on how things are going. What if you're the winner and you're on the wrong side of this thing and you're like, so you're going to pay it, right, Scott? You're going to pay it, right?
You can always you can always tell them to relist it.
I just don't know
That's
if
an option.
Yeah, it's a risky play doing it during the game because then you have no control over what you're literally sitting there. And what extended bidding is going to have that opportunity. You want to have some bids during extended bidding to give it that last little bump.
I thought you were going to get a big chunk there.
Speaking of not paying for it, whatever happened with that 79 O-Pee-Chee case?
So it was resold. I remember it was relisted. They did resell it. I think the newer winner, the number escapes me right now, but the new people did pay for it. But yeah, the original guy, he was like a real estate developer in Toronto. I think he was on drugs. Like I think he was 100%. He was trying to do this. The auction house though gave him way too much leeway. As soon as he was being flaky and weird, they should have been like, "You should have paid if you're going to bid on this stuff. You should have paid for this." But he was trying to do this whole thing, and he literally put himself out there in the media talking about how he had won it and all that. And I'm sitting there like, "But you didn't pay for it. You didn't pay for it. You didn't really win it. It's not really yours."
I could put in an amount too.
Yeah, it's like that. That's not how that works. Yeah. Dan says, just found out of this moment that Sam Darnold is from San Diego, California, Richard Nixon's hometown. Dan, that's not even the best thing. The best thing is that Sam Darnold's grandfather was the original Marlboro man, Dick Hammer. Scott, as a people, we need this because the jokes that I will rain down upon Eric, the jokes, football gods, hear me. The Dick Hammer jokes will be relentless.
We're getting the game that I thought we were going to get here.
I know you said that it was a price thing with May and Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a lot less risky to auction Darnold right now, just because do you ever see him having this high of a spotlight ever again in the future? I don't.
It would be very difficult. I do, like I said, I do actually legitimately like the Seattle team. I think there's components of it that are well structured for it.
Oh,
and
sure.
He is a good fit for what it's one of those situations where Sam Darnold doesn't need to be great. He just needs to give them what they need. And if they're competitive and they maybe get a couple more chances to at least be in the mix, let's say.
Sure.
Again, it still comes down to this particular performance because there's guys who have won a Super Bowl and then literally that's their one claim to fame. That's their one shot. Joe Flacco comes to mind. Like his overall career, like he has decent numbers, but it was that Super Bowl run that basically keeps him from being lost to obscurity.
Yeah, if I had dumb money, I would go with May right now because he's got more of a chance of doing something later than Darnold. This might be Darnold's one shot. So that's why it's a little risky tonight to me. But
yeah, but Darnold is 1/10 the price of May. So it's one of those things where it's like literally the gap is almost 10x. It's maybe more.
But that's still $825. I don't know if I'd spend that on the guy that if he loses tonight, be gone, lost to the nether world. Or he goes to the Raiders or something next year.
Darnold, if he wins or if he loses, I don't think he ever has a better shot. May, in theory, is going to have a lot of shots,
right?
Going forward. And just if you're ever going to sell Darnold,
yeah, selling this is the best. If you're selling this, I would be.
Although I would be selling May also, but it's not if you win or if you lose. You basically only get the card hobby's attention once, unless you're super duper special.
No, I get you.
Unless
But
you-
look, what I'm referring to here, when we're talking about the timing, though, if this auction was ending yesterday, it's actually an easier play because then the game hasn't been played yet. We don't know what comes on Sunday. If I was going to auction it near the last minute, I would want it to end on Saturday, because on Saturday night there's still a chance. We don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. Right now, we've still got 2.5 hours. One of these guys could get blown out of the building in the next couple hours, and their auction is still ongoing right now. There's still live auction bidding for the next couple hours. So what happens?
And Ham, you are 100% correct. The only difference is, let's say that Seattle wins this, you are going to have Seahawk fans go out and buy Darnold just because.
Well, he's their guy.
He'd
He'd be the guy that won.
I would also argue that no one collects May either. They simply flip him at higher prices.
I mean, but ain't that what everybody does with all the quarterbacks right now? I mean, that's kind of, that's just the way the nature of it is right now. That's why I'm sitting here talking about selling and buying. I don't really do all that stuff, but I mean, I just use common sense when it comes to some of that.
Yeah, there's a reason why Carlos and I show our 1998 Brett Favre's.
Right.
Yeah, there's a reason for it.
He is a not so fellow.
I appreciate it when I make the purchase. I do not appreciate it when I make the sale, if I do.
Ooh, speaking of which, there's not so fella on this Fanatics thing. I'm intrigued.
Are you after a not swell fella on eBay later tonight or no?
Right now, nothing that I've seen lately. I usually just look for autograph stuff. Is it like a 90s parallel you're thinking of? Because I wouldn't have it on my watch list right now.
It is not a parallel.
Okay. Probably not. Right now, I don't have anything sitting on the one list for that yet.
It is an insert of low grade that I just want the item. I don't necessarily need it in high grade.
Okay. Yeah. No, right now you're good. I didn't have anything on my radar for that. But I did just see something, Scott, that amuses me in this Fanatics thing. I may have to place a bid in the next couple hours. We'll see. I'm greatly entertained. People don't buy Baker here. There you go. I like this line right here.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so far, this game is about as exciting as my first wife. Yep. What a coincidence, Scott. AFC Championship, Patriots are in it. Boring game. Patriots in the Super Bowl, boring game. There's a common denominator. Just saying.
And a lot of your fans are kind of boring.
Yeah. Says a lot. Somewhere out there, Filmington is trying to be an edgelord, trying to be like, no, I'll counter you. No, I stand by it. You're edgelord light. You're trying. It's not working.
I love when he comes in the football tab and thinks he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I have a great chuckle.
Yeah. Zach says buying and selling modern QBs, treating it like fantasy football is crazy. I also think that actually works that way. Yes.
It's not
That's
only
why you
modern
stick to
quarterbacks. So.
That's why you stick, Scott, to the blue chip. You stick to the absolute goats. The best. Come on. Let's go.
That is nuts. I was watching it today. I was like, if you're gonna go that route, at least get the very nice stuff. Like if you're gonna go, and you did.
I said it in the video. Could you imagine that? Like, I don't care. Like Paul is on record as being our local Lamar hater, but he does have 2 MVPs. But here's the thing: Josh Allen, Lamar, even Baker, flawless patch auto out of 10. All of those would cost a couple of bucks. That did not. It's from the same year, same brand, same set. Only thing worse than the Patriots is Patriots fans. Facts. Facts. That is why we don't want them to have nice things, Scott. This is what we want.
It's hard for you to say that because one of my good friends is a Patriots fan. So I kind of would like for him to win tonight for him. But they've won.
That
enough.
makes it even better. Enjoying the suffering of your friends is one of life's wonderful joys.
And it's weird because he's from Philly. So
he's just deranged. What the hell is that?
Yeah. And he
get
doesn't
one of Eric's
like him for
concussions?
Tony for Tom Brady. He is a Bledsoe fan.
That's just bizarre. That's a different conversation entirely. That's just the whole thing's bizarre.
Yeah, it's Miko.
Of course. That's true. That's right.
That's Miko. Yep.
You know, listen, I talk about Florida man. Maybe the problem, Scott, is Philly man. Again, the only person from Philadelphia that I respect is Ray from Philly for reasons that have nothing to do with the YouTube Sports Show Hall of Fame.
For reasons.
Ray, I got you. You're not like the weird pseudo Patriots fan. You don't have that going for you. And even worse, you're not a Cap Anson fanboy like the other Philadelphia guy. I don't even want to talk about that dude. We're not even discussing that guy. But Ray from Philly, we're on the same page. Got you, bro. Patriots first team improved from 13 games from the previous season. Don't count the seasons where they played 12 games. There you go, Dan. Yeah, we can, if we scrape down the bottom of the barrel, we can find some storyline. But I got to be honest, a lot of the storylines don't interest me. They really don't.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole problem with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, like I'm sure a bunch of these individual guys, like, yeah, you know, my mom believed in me, and I'm like, that's nice for you. I really don't care.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure that's great for you and your family. I'm very happy for you, but I don't care.
Yeah, both of these teams haven't in a very recent last year or so have not been great. So, or had, you know, who would have thought these are the two teams that can get a year? Did anybody have these two teams?
I think no, absolutely not. Look,
Right.
let's put it another way. Right now, neither one of these are long-suffering fan bases.
Right.
Both of these teams were in the Super Bowl against each other.
Right.
In the last decade or so. So it's like, please.
And there was a reason for me to hate both of them during that Super Bowl. So,
yeah.
Couldn't stand the coach for the Seahawks, and then I just couldn't stand the Patriots. So,
Dan here says, what's the storyline behind Darnold's horrendous ginger mustache? Originally, if this hadn't worked out, he was going to go into witness protection, Dan. That was actually the beginning of the plan for the disguise. Well, it turns out they actually won games, so now it's kind of like, now he's kind of stuck in the middle. He's kind of committed to the bit, but like, here we are.
Didn't he do I thought he did a got milk ad when he was with the Jets. I could be wrong on that.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Sue says, hey guys, Viking fans are worse, getting their Donald revenge today. Absolutely. Agreed. Actually, I'm curious now. All right, here's a little game. Paul will appreciate this. All right. Obviously, a couple different folks are going to be doing their, Super Bowl lives. But here's a question: How many concurrent viewers does Grossi have going right now? What do you think?
I don't even know who that is.
Tom Grossi.
I'll repeat the question. Who?
Oh, I like this. Tom Grossi is actually a Packer fan that has 1 million subs on YouTube and does watch-alongs of every NFL game.
Okay. 1 million subs.
He's got 1 million subs. He just crossed 1 million recently. He did a live stream just the other day when he crossed 1 million subscribers.
6,000 right now on this live stream.
All right, 6,000 on his live stream's not a bad guess. What do you think?
I was going to say 30.
Yeah, there's a bunch of the football guys. Now, right now, we're still early in the game. You also got to remember, sometimes it picks up later on in the game. So we're looking at it at this stage in the game. So you're going 30. Okay. Scott had 6. What do you think, chat? This is a football YouTuber who does watch-alongs of the major network games. He does it for all the Monday Night Footballs, the Sunday Night Footballs, the Amazon Thursday Night Footballs and all that stuff. Again, he has crossed 1 million subscribers, so he's built up a pretty good following. I'll give it another 2 minutes, and then I'll reveal the result. But I was laughing my head off, Scott. I go, that is where you know that the NFL has the networks have lost a lot of the audience, that people would rather do YouTube watch-alongs and just listen to somebody else talk about the game and BS in the chat and do all that stuff. Maybe they'll have the game on, but they'll like have it on with the volume off or whatever. And they'd rather just listen to other people talk about it.
Well, I think too that, so many people work strange hours and do a lot of things from home now. It's a time that you got a chance to be in a group to watch together and chat, like-minded people. You know?
That's part of the appeal. That's part of the selling point. But I got to tell you, Scott, when it comes to that, I laugh because during a lot of those live streams, those guys are getting super chats left, right, and center. So it can be quite lucrative for those guys to be doing those ones in addition to the views. It actually works out pretty well. This is maybe the only mustache historically worse is Freddie Mercury. References. Stu says Adam got crap about his Darnold mustache in the hobby hotline yesterday. I can see that. So the answer as it stands right now is 11,000 people watching. 11,000 plus as we're doing this right now.
What's the average for like the average regular season game for him?
Probably 7,000-8,000. Probably 7,000-8,000 for it. It's a little higher right now, but it's one of those ones where, again, I actually do think the matchup does hurt it. And he's also got a bunch of buddies that he does a lot of this content with, and they're doing lives too. So like under That's Good Sports, one of the other guys who's like a Broncos fan, right now he's got 2,000 watching that one. One of the Pittsburgh Steelers fans is doing his own live stream for that. He's got over 1,000.
So is he like an affiliate with one of the streaming services so you can actually show the game?
Nope.
Okay.
It's literally him on the screen with an overlay.
Yeah, last year it had a couple of Twitch.
He did do one of those.
Yeah.
He did do one of those.
And YouTube people, but they also played a lot of Madden on their channel.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So just to give context, I've paused it so you can see what I'm talking about. So right now, this is what's going on there. So Super Bowl 60 there, and you can see the chat is firing away over there, and you got $5 super chat. You got some other super chats going on over here. But right now, 11,374. There's another super chat. And then it's just basically an overlay. There's a bunch of stuff going on there. They set up one of those ones in OBS. You can do that. And it's just a live stream where you're just watching along.
Yeah.
Talking about the game.
Good for
It's
him.
literally what it sounds like. Let's see here. Zach says, Rosen's so cheap. I keep wanting to send stuff to Carlos, but realize it's always that cheap. It is. That's part of the fun part. The key, though, is I'm not trying to get everything, but it's one of those things where, like I said, that flawless one was beautiful. I was laughing my head off. I was like, all right, I like the patch. If I can get it at a reasonable enough price, I'll get a kick. But that's why I gave a hard time when I was talking to Dan. I was like, every single time I buy one of those, I'm literally losing money. It doesn't matter how cheap I get it. Like, I can't find another buyer for this. I am the buyer for this. There's nothing else I can do. So that's not, you're not buying that for flips. Is Eric doing his own live tonight in the comfort of his own home? He thinks he's live right now. He just doesn't realize that he hasn't activated anything. So he's talking into the void as we speak. There's a 3-color patch going on for $3 right now. Rookie patch. Nice. On eBay, I assume. Actually, that'd be funny. I wonder if they've got any Chosen Rosen on this Fanatics Collect this time around. Let's see Josh Rosen. I always check, but then they say no exact matches. Josh Allen. I go, no, it's a different Josh. It's not that guy. Damn it. Where's the love, Paul? Where's the respect? Fanatics doesn't want my $5, Scott. It's offensive. My $5 is too good for you?
Yeah, he's not kidding. There's a patch for $2 that ends in, what is that, like 15 minutes or whatever?
Which brand is it? Is it the rookie year, though? Is that like, that's the key? I
Gold
only do
standard.
the rookie year one.
Did they ever make Rosen after his rookie year? Or?
Yeah. Well, he played like in Miami. He had a couple of stops in like 2019.
No, I know.
Maybe 2020, 2019 for sure. He has some Miami Dolphin stuff, like in the second year.
No, I get it. It's
yeah.
That's a patch with the Cardinals for $1 and $1 shipping.
Oh yeah, the newly minted gold standard. Oh, I got this. I got to set the snipe. Hold on, mega bid time. Let's go, mega bid.
$4. $4, baby.
That guy left his thumbs at home.
It's like I'm blowing through Eric's like money like it's going out of style. Oh,
Yeah,
eBay standard envelope. Psh. It's another couple bucks. It's extra. Eric has 2 viewers, his mom and Zombie Ray Bork. That's right. You got it, Dan. You got
He
it.
should be able, with Josh Rosen now, just put a stamp on the actual card itself. It shouldn't depreciate it that much.
I bet it would work. Don't lie. I bet that would work at this point. What's up, Paul?
There's a cracked ice that ends at auction tomorrow.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of versions of that. Like, no joke. If I went and got the Josh Rosen box, like if I grabbed it, I think I've done I might have to do another like Rosen PC showcase. But like the stuff I have in there, my favorite, the novelty of it, is that imagine if it was a good player and I showed you this box, it would be like, it's not a Tesla, it's a fucking house, it's a mansion. At that point, the brands and the stuff, it's like I've got multiple RPAs of what is it? National Treasures. I've got multiple National Treasures RPAs, and it's like if it was anybody any good, that's those ones go for good money. I would watch Eric live from his bike going downhill. I'm serious, man. If Eric ever got into the content making from the perspective of Eric Crashes being the name of the YouTube channel, we'd all be subscribed.
Oh yeah. Highlight video of the most painful.
Yes,
I'd watch that.
It'd be money. It'd be literally printing money. Printing money. It's like, why does he have 147 million subscribers? You guys should see. And as his agent, I get 25%, but that's not the point. The point is, like, it's going all right. At that point, it's not a Tesla, Scott. It's a mega yacht. Only a mega yacht.
Can we correct something?
Go on.
Dan, let's be honest. His mom wouldn't watch that shit.
No, she knows better. She's dealt with it her whole life. Wingdinger, let's go Bills. Oh, wait, didn't make it again. Hello, everyone. Go Leafs. I'm batting 0. Damn. Facts that Rosen is trash, but that year he has so many great looking cards. These are facts. It is what it is, man. Because he was a top 10 pick, he was in every set. That's the funny part. Because he was a top 10 pick, they threw him into just about every set. So he's in every set. He's in a bunch of the parallels. Like, it's all there, man. So you get a chance to like see the entire gamut of all the different stuff that 2018 had to offer because he's in most of the sets.
And he plays the correct position, or he played because he no longer plays. He now plays a banker, but
hey, listen, you'll all change your tune when Josh Rosen, is CEO. He does a Game of Thrones thing, dethrones Elon Musk, and becomes that guy. And all of a sudden, hey, the cards go back up in value. We're all set. Done. We got a completely different angle, Scott. Now he's a captain of industry.
That's right.
That'll show him. Eric needs Carlos as content coach. Eric needs Carlos as a life coach. He's making a lot of life mistakes. So whatever you're doing, Eric, do the opposite. Are you sure? I am positive. Do the opposite. Let's start there.
That was a whole Seinfeld episode.
That wouldn't surprise me. Probably.
It was.
Yeah.
George, opposite George.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That'd be the right character for it. Yes. That would make sense. All right, let me just see here. I'm kind of curious. Let's see how we're doing on my investment. So 6-0 Seattle, obviously. Let's see.
I bet it's under
7.
I bet it's under 75.
Yeah. That's still at it. I still think it needs some work. We need some work, people. Like I said, if you put a little more air under that one pass, he would have racked up a nice little chunk of change there. Would have helped. That's why I didn't go for the 275 one. The 225 one I think is still in play. Just needs a couple of decent throws, a couple of yards after catch, and we can make a lot of right. We can correct a lot of wrongs. I will say, Scott, the one grail, #grail, that I'm still not able to get my hands on right now is the Kaboom, the 2018 Kaboom Rosen. Because a bunch of people still collect the set. So it doesn't matter this Rosen. They pay way more than they should for it. It doesn't matter. Ironically, yes. I do enjoy the irony of it. It is one of my favorite things to do. Bob Euchre effect. Card value is based entirely on celebrity. Yes, absolutely. It works, man. I have more fun collecting the Josh Rosen card than I do half the stuff I collect more seriously. And I love the questions, the incredulous questions. Like, you cannot be serious. Oh, I am serious. Do not even question it.
That's like the Allen and Ginter set. Some of the most expensive cards in there are the non-baseball cards.
I am hoping I can get a Bob Kraft auto out of there, but they are expensive.
I would think it would. Yeah. Are you looking for like a cut or something from an actual card or something?
I would prefer the Ginter ones, but they go for a lot. They're like 300.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't think as an owner he'd be signing too much stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. Was it Frisco and Cincy in the second one that they played, where it was like 6-0 at the half? The game was just boring.
That sounds right to me, because there have been, although right now we're still tracking ahead of was it like 17-3 New England won against the Rams?
Yeah, the pick six.
Yeah, but like right now we're still kind of tracking ahead of that one. Technically, there's been at least some offense. That one was brutal.
That one felt like if the Rams touch it at the end, they probably win. And New England couldn't do anything. And that's why Brady going down the field was pretty special.
It was. Once again, he got to demonstrate his athleticism, man. Come on. Quotation marks athleticism.
So this is what's killing the Patriots. They can't get out of their own way.
They can't block them.
Well, it's not only that. They keep getting in long. They're just sitting in the house. They can't throw it to a hot route because 5 yards ain't gonna do nothing.
They can't get 4 yards on first, and then they can't block them on third.
Right. This
is the problem, Scott, when you don't have the discipline and the scheming brilliance of Gerard Mayo. Where's Coach Mayo when we need him? That was a golden era. I kept telling that to Eric. He wasn't believing me. I was telling him, like, as soon as Gerard Mayo was named head coach, I was like, Eric, that's it. Your ship has come in. The Mayo era has began. We're all set. I could have used a few more years of the Mayo era. It would have been great.
Right. Yeah, that was great.
That was still one of my favorite video clips, Scott. As soon as they announced him, I was sitting there like, so I'm going to compile a video now.
That was a block in the back.
Now I want to know, does your $250,000 guy, Paul, does he double down to go in the under now? Does he go like, all right, we're going under?
Well, he might be going under because it happened in Vegas, so he's probably at a whorehouse right now, and he's going under. Or he could be drunk as shit, which, he could be going under other ways, but yes.
It all makes sense. Hashtag wholesome.
I haven't seen a commercial yet that makes you go, ooh, this is worth it. And the game has kind of been, eh.
I don't know if at this point, like if you're a lot of these companies, I don't know if it would even worthwhile. Like if the numbers aren't matching up, do you really want to pay for the Super Bowl commercial time, considering how much it costs at this point? Like, are you going to get value out of that at this stage?
I would have to be worth $5 billion at least to want to spend this much money. It still makes sense if you're like Coke or Pepsi, but if you're a whole bunch of other people, no, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I never know. If I raise the like button enough, maybe next year I'll include a couple of my highlight clips in the Super Bowl commercial. We'll have a BIC Super Bowl commercial, Scott. I think it'd be great. Bring in a whole new audience.
I will be back in a minute. I need a drink.
Go for it. So, chat, what do you think? First half was pretty boring. It's been pretty slow.
I think we're going to see another field goal before, though.
Yeah, probably. Could be. Scott, how much is the guy's place you were staying at?
We're paying like $400 a person. I can't. Over 2,000, I think, for. I can't remember off the top of my head. Dave's on it. Like I said, we got it Tuesday through Sunday, so we got an extra day, so that put it up a little bit more. Yeah, we just like to get there a day early so we can just chill, go eat somewhere nice or decent. I'm not gonna say nice, but chill out.
Well, that's the play. I like, if I'm going somewhere, that's the main reason that I pay for a hotel when I go over to the expo. It's not because I need to. I can technically drive over every day. I just like to be relaxed when I'm going there. I don't want to rush. I want to be able to enjoy myself. If I'm hanging out in the evening, not have to rush back in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think it's. I want to say it's like 25. I can't. I wish I knew right off the top of my head because I just know it was more. So I just went ahead once he told me how much it was. I went ahead and just gave him the money then, so it could be over, right? Because I'm buying the VIP just so the hour early and place to go sit down. But I don't even know if I'm going to go every day. I'm still questioning if like going Thursday or Friday till after 1 o'clock, go get the second half of the day because it's just so crowded in there. And I'm really thinking wait till Sunday anyway to get. That's last year. My last 2 years at Sunday, it's been my favorite day. Place is empty, get good deals, stuff I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the rare stuff or, so I don't need to. Now, if I do see something early and that's like, oh, it'll be gone, I want that, I'll buy it.
Right. So, Ham, how many nights is that for? So 2,000 and 2,100. So how many nights is that for you? Because obviously that'll play into it. I'm curious.
When's the national? Is it July the 30th through August the 2nd. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So we'll just say Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday through Sunday.
Yeah, I'm saying 5 nights for it. So about $400 a night. That isn't terrible.
Did you say 400 a night, Scott? Between all
No,
four of you?
No, for total.
Yeah, but you're dividing it by the amount of people.
Yeah,
but
but-
like for Ham here, he's saying 2,005 nights, so it'd be 400 a night. If you divided it all, obviously knock the number down. But
Yeah.
you guys would be looking at a bigger space potentially to house more people. So it just depends on how big the space is. We'll allow it, Rob. We'll allow it. That's usually how I look at it, is that the per night cost kind of gives me the idea of basically how much it's going to be for the overall. And then I just add it up based on that, because I always assume that accommodation is going to cost a certain amount. And then obviously you're eating out some of the nights. That's going to add into it. So it just depends. It's all part of it, because before you even think about buying a card, you got to pay for all the rest of that stuff.
Right.
That's all part of the equation too. So it's a vacation, add it all up. That's all part of the deal too. Now, you're saying, Paul, that the one wager you were talking about was like, what, 205 yards on the ground for any runner? Is that basically what it was?
I'm sorry, what?
You were saying earlier, we were talking about all the different wagers. You said that somebody was doing a bet on like the 200 and what is it? Oh, maybe it was you, Scott. Was it like 205 yards or something?
Yeah, it's just one guy, 205 yards.
Any team, any player?
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker's looking good for that right now.
Yeah,
he's at 93.
I messaged Ed already.
Yeah, he's at 93. That's not, at least he's in striking range in the first half. At least he's off to the correct start that you want.
Yeah, I already keep feeding the ball like he's workhorse.
I think you're gonna need one breakout run. I think that's gonna be key to it. You're gonna have to have one run where he finds a little bit more room, because that'll help. That way you won't be relying on like 8-9 yard runs every time, because you're gonna have a bunch of short ones too.
Yeah, he needs to, in the second half, maybe he'll get a little tired. He starts slashing him a little bit.
Yeah, but so if you got the right running game, that's what you're looking for. You're basically right now with him running, I think he's about 15 carries right now in the first half. Like, that's beautiful. If you want to start trying to wear him down a little bit, work the clock, do all the things you want to. If it's going to be low scoring, fine, then control the football. And even for the passing game, that can work. You're just looking for these intermediate length passes. You don't need him to bomb it.
But the thing that confuses me about the hotels and stuff is if you look at Expedia and you search within 10 miles, if you're not on site, those places are cheap.
Yeah.
And I just don't get how, if you don't have like a crowd, how you don't just like have a DD basically and just be like, all right, you're not drinking, but you're saving us all a hell of a lot of money, and you do it, even if you have to Uber in or something. But
well, I think that's what a lot of folks are like. A lot of folks want to play this game. That's why I always treat those shows like a vacation. I go, if this was a vacation, would you be nickeling and diming yourself? If you pay a lot for the hotel, then that's money out of the food budget. But if you save a bunch of money in the hotel and then go to a steakhouse and pay like $200 a night, it's still costing you. Like, however you want to configure this is up to you. The total is the total. So you want to have some kind of a budget for your food wherever you're going to eat, whatever it's going to be. And then you're going to, whether it's hotel, whether it's Airbnb, whatever, I don't care. The tickets, Ham's saying he's not going to pay the tickets for the show. Great. And that's one expense out of it. So he's got some money to play around with somewhere else. But that's all part of it. And then what's left over, whatever's left over, then you've got some money to play around with in terms of what you want to spend on whatever cards you end up looking for.
So So Mike, it looks like it was like almost $3,000.
Okay. And split by however many people you got.
Yeah. I just looked at how much I sent, and I times it by 5. So, and then when Brad came back, I got some of the money back. So.
All right, sounds good. Now, don't worry, chat. I know you're worried about this. My mega bid worked. Another Chosen Rosen is on its way to me.
There you go.
They did not stand a chance. I like $4. I got it for $225. $225 plus eBay standard envelope. We're raising the rates. That right there, look. Go look at the card ladder thing. You're going to see that the Josh Rosen one just went up by like 0.5%.
The index?
You're all going to see. The index went up 0.5%.
That's right. Make sure you subscribe to the Josh Rosen index.
If they had a Josh Rosen index, I'd subscribe to it. Just on principle. Somebody's got to. Somebody's got to. And it may as well be me. If you subscribe to the Josh Rosen index, Card Ladder pays you. Saying the Duncan commercial. All right. I don't think I get I'm not getting the American Super Bowl commercials. So we've got a network that here that airs it. Sometimes a couple of the other networks all go in together, so you can have it on multiple channels, but it's really coming from the same feed. Everybody's getting the same one. We used to get a lot more. We'll get the American commercials, but I think they're doing like a half and half. Half of them will be like Canadian commercials. They'll put them in there, and then half will be like the American ones. But I haven't seen anything that caught my eye. Just kind of there. Princely Sum, Zach. Right now, I'm in the middle of hashtag influence in the market. I'm changing the numbers. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, but that's like half the like button money. So everyone should hit the like button so that Eric pays for Chosen Rolls.
That's right. That is right. We'll need a lot more like buttons if we're going to start playing the Fanatics Collect tonight, though. And let me tell you, I've been looking. I've been pleasantly surprised, Scott. I'm seeing some good stuff all over. I don't know if that's going to help the prices on any of these, but definitely some decent stuff.
Then seeing a lot of my Pete Alonso stuff out there. I guess there's a lot of upset Mets fans.
Well, you kind of get the best of both worlds, don't you, though? Because since you like Baltimore, it kind of like, yeah, whatever, fine, it's fine.
When that happened, I was ecstatic because that was not on my radar. And nice catch. That did everything but hit the ground. Yeah. Hopefully, I can get up there and watch him play this year.
That's one heck of a catch that shouldn't have been.
I think Cooper Kupp is sitting there going like, I got to do Carlos a solid. This has not been working out. Hang on. I got this.
Well, he dropped one earlier in the game. Should have caught. But
it's about the effort, Scott. Maximum effort. Eric should buy us all cards. The things we put up with. Facts. All true.
Oh, they called it incomplete on the field, huh?
I can see why, but like in the slow motion replay, it looks good to me.
Yeah, it looks good to me too.
I think he did a good. I'm impressed that he was able to get his fingertips on it. Literally, just by the tip of his fingers, he was able to get it on there.
Now they called it incomplete.
Disgraceful. Nothing is a catch. Everything is a peach.
Must have been a blade of grass that was a little bit taller than the rest of them.
Rigged.
Do they still have a timeout here?
No,
Seattle's out.
Seattle's out.
So they have to throw.
You think they find some adjustments in the second half, Scott?
Patriots just need to get in front of the chains. That'll help their passing game, so they're not constantly second and long and third and forever. And then that'll help with their blocking, their young linemen. I think Seattle will get it together. I think Seattle's just happy running the football. Keeping it.
Oh, right now it's working for them, so there's no reason to deviate from that. It works.
Yeah, Seattle can make it 2nd and 6. New England, they can't make it 2nd and 6. It's really hurting.
Yeah, it's 2nd and 6 turns into 3rd and 15. Then they blitz a Witherspoon off the corner or up the middle, and he's just killing them.
All right, there you go.
Makes this, it's going to put it out of reach because New England can't score a touchdown.
Well, you're going to see the New England guys are going to bring in. They're going to be like, just get really big fans. We need weather. This worked in the AFC Championship. We need weather.
But they were ahead when that hit, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They were already ahead.
They're at this point, they're just hoping for anything, Paul. Like they're just hoping, like, if we bring enough weather, like if we put like a patch of ice on the field somewhere, maybe somebody will slip on a banana peel, so to speak.
The great Chris Collinsworth.
As is the conventional wisdom of finding deals on eBay during the Super Bowl is true, indeed. Just won a 72 Peachy Baseball wax pack, a PSA 9 for $250. Nice.
Isn't everything a peachy?
Everything's a peachy.
Even Panini.
That's what I said. That's what I said a moment ago during that Cooper Cup thing. Nothing's a catch. Everything's a peachy.
Yeah.
These are just the facts of life.
And the 6 seconds, I think the odds that they kneel on it are high.
Come on, Coach Vrabel. What kind of a man are you? I think you should bomb it. Just throw. Have Drake May run around for a while. Try to make a play.
I think at halftime, the punter's got to ice his leg. He's tired. Putt.
That's right. So just a reminder, obviously, this whole time that we've been talking, I have actually pinned in the chat. I've actually left a link to the StreamYard. It tells you something, Scott. I always joke about it. It's like, all right, I left it open there. Just wanted to see if anybody would take me up on it. Haven't seen anybody tonight take me up on it, but it is there just in case. Especially now that we're going to halftime. We could give our scintillating Bad Bunny analysis. I'm not going to be paying attention to Bad Bunny. But it'll be there.
I like Bad Bunny.
I don't have any issue with Bad Bunny. I just don't care about it. His music doesn't interest me. So, I've got the whole thing on mute anyway. So literally, I'm going to be watching him dance around, and I'm not going to know what's happening.
Yeah, we have it on. Then we're all.
Yeah, like a lot of these games. That's why I was saying the only reason I like to do these live, Scott, is because otherwise I would just have it on the corner of my screen, and the majority of my screen would be me looking at eBay, looking at Fanatic Select or whatever, chatting on Discord. I'd be BSing there. Like I'd still be doing it. But I wouldn't be actually listening. The game would be muted.
I would have it just like this. I'd just be listing cards. That's what I was going to do. Like.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to ask kind of. Go ahead, Paul.
Dan, with the 2 weeks, you have time you can send it off for CT scanning, and then
That's
sell
right.
it.
Find out what's
After
in
it comes back as being shit, then sell it.
Yep. I was going to say is that the part of that controversy with the whole Tom Brady thing, Scott, was that a lot of people were like, wait, so is Tom Brady like rooting against the Patriots because he doesn't want them to win a Super Bowl without him? And I was like, that would be awesome. You good, Ham? What's going on, Ham?
Not much. Figured I'd pop in. Don't want your link to go to waste.
Listen, I offer. I offer to the people. I even
Figured I'd
made it
pop in
open to
for
the
halftime.
people. I even made it open to the people. And
I know you're getting very Professor Sports Cards.
oh no, Professor
Like
Sports
that.
Card is getting a very me. I used to do the link thing years ago before he even
I
had
know,
a
I
thought.
know.
He was a twinkle in senior professor's eye.
I'm really surprised more people don't do it. To be honest with you,
It's
I
actually
think
it's actually a bit of a pain controlling it. You do have to kind of be careful. It depends on who your audience is. Like for
That's
some of the
good,
folks,
yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that. I was like, wait a minute, we don't want to see or hear from
I
you
like
people.
I like the challenge.
It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
So are things.
Good. Just watching the game. It's very uneventful. Doesn't even feel like the guys are playing a Super Bowl. To be honest with you, I don't feel that urgency to try to do anything.
Yeah.
Even watching the plays when they're done with the play, there's no push through. They're really being smart with penalties. They're playing soft. Realistically, they're playing scared. It looks like Seattle's playing a little tougher, and I'm really curious to what's going to happen when they come out of halftime here, because somebody's going to have to do something at this point. And I don't think Seattle's going to play protect the score because it's not that big of a score difference. That's a one play and the game's completely changed real quick. So they got to really be on their toes and get something done. Somebody has to do something. Right now, this is boring as shit.
No, I agree. Different style, but it still feels a lot like the last Patriots Super Bowl with the Rams. Like it was just low scoring, a lot of kicking, not much going on.
A lot of
otherwise.
kicking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Will it be a top snap Bad Bunny card? You better believe it.
God, barf. I don't think I've ever listened to a song of his. So I don't know.
They could cheat a little bit. They could always do a Bad Bunny WWE crossover because he's done the WWE stuff and they've got the license. So they could be like, they could literally, instead of doing the Super Bowl picture, they just take a picture from Bad Bunny doing a WWE match. There you go. There's your Bad Bunny card.
I watched that match. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have a show this weekend, so like that's a rare no weekend show for me. I could have drove somewhere, but I didn't want to deal with it.
I was gonna say, how on earth do you not have a show? Like you're literally.
Well, there was
Florida,
one
man. There's like a
there's-
show
there-
next door in your
There's
neighbor's
one
house.
2 hours south of me, and there was another one an hour north of me. And in Florida man's world, usually 30 minutes is the range that you're willing to travel to do anything in the area. So,
okay.
because you don't have to even go that far to do anything. So
No, you don't. Sounds about right.
sounds horrible, but it's kind of how the lifestyle works around here.
Tough life, Ham. Tough life.
I know.
I don't know how you do it.
I both love and hate watching the videos that you put out because I can always see the good football stuff, and I'm like, searching that box, jackass, searching that box.
There's a lot. I would like to dig more. It just gets time consuming, and I never know what somebody's really looking for. That's the hardest thing to deal with. Is trying to target what the audience would want to see. Lately, I've been getting feedback where they want to know who the dealers are, especially if I can get to a show that's a Saturday, put that video up, and then go on Sunday and try and find that card. The ones that are usually Friday shows a little harder because if I get off work, show starts at 2. Yeah, it ends at 8. But trying to fight traffic just to get to a show, unless it's one of the ones near my house, it's not worth it. So I just wait for the next day and kind of make that my morning routine, and then go have late breakfast, early lunch with my wife and daughter.
That's why it's one of those things, Ham, where it would be kind of fun to kind of with the whole show, doing the showcases thing that you do.
Mhm.
I would have some fun with it if I were you, because I've had a couple of the deals. You could probably get them together and do whatever. Just go into one of these. Oh, we're going into one of the dollar boxes. Just go in 52 tops Mantle, Wagner.
It's funny
Wagner.
because these guys only have so much table space, and some of these boxes that you go through, all those cards could be in the case. and you would
Yeah.
never even have looked at it because there's so many people that never touch a box.
Yes.
If it's not in the case, it's beneath them to go and deal with anything else.
Well,
And I find it
you'll see the
hilarious.
dealers. They'll sell something out of the case and just reach over the box, grab
Put it
the first card out, and put it right in the case.
Well, then we got a few dealers that they'll keep stuff behind the table, and unless you talk about something or say something, it stays inside their case. It doesn't come out of the actual carrying case, their Zion case or whatever. So you do have to sometimes ask. Like they usually ask, "Are you looking for anything?" If you are, speak up. Don't act like you're going to find something that's a secret. Everybody knows what everything's worth for the most part. I find that funny all the time because then they open a case and you're like, why is this shit not out here on the table? This is phenomenal. You got a hiding back there. And it's usually one of those things where they'll sell it, but they don't want to sell it. And that's usually the angle they're taking.
There you go. This is a question for you, Ham.
Yes, I'm born and raised in the South Tampa area.
He's OG Florida man. Dan's spreading all the rumors.
Not from Virginia. Never been to Virginia.
I'm from Virginia. That's why I was wondering where the show was.
Yeah, not me. I don't like snow. Snow almost killed me the first time I got and saw it, and kind of stay away from it the best I can now. Yeah, so you just shake it. Hey, you don't like that either, huh?
No, I'm thinking that you're a wuss because it was negative 30 for like a week. A couple weeks ago.
No thanks. Oh, yeah, we hit 34 the other day overnight.
Did you make iguana tacos though?
No, they haven't migrated as much up here yet. That's what I was asking Orlando on his walk if Orlando didn't see any of them down there, because I saw those people collecting them because they literally they couldn't move. They weren't dead. They just couldn't move. They're frozen, so you could just pick one up. I did have a lizard in my my mailbox that did not want to get off my mail, so I had to slide him off into the mailbox because he literally could not move because of how cold it was.
I like that Orlando's declared himself the real OG Florida man.
He's the South Florida man.
The South Florida man.
Well,
we got to make distinctions.
Florida's technically 4 parts. The Panhandle is basically Alabama. That doesn't count.
Alabama does count.
That's Escambia County. That's its own special world. It's almost in a different time zone to begin with.
Wow.
And then you have the North Florida area, which is basically where you end up with Tallahassee, the Florida Gators, and then Jacksonville. Central Florida, which is basically Tampa to Orlando, and then South Florida, which is basically, West Palm, Miami over to Naples down there, Marco Island area. And Key West, again, that's its own conch republic there. They're like negative Florida.
As somebody who works in freight, I can confirm that there's basically 5 states of Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a unique.
I think that's become the thing with a lot of places. That's why I always give Eric a hard time, because I break up his state into which borough it is. You got all the boroughs, the Morrow borough, the other boroughs. The problem is they're real. Like when I go into the map, I was like, it's like you, Eric, would criticize other people, and then I pull up the map and I've got these fucking boroughs, not the 5 boroughs in New York. I'm like Marl borough, this borough, this borough. It's like we got no other suffixes to throw at the end of the name. Nothing.
Although technically he doesn't live in a state, so.
Oh, I told him he's in a Canadian protectorate, and he's in a rolling truck in Manila half the time. Like he's not even in North America. Like he tries to sell this ridiculous thing. It's all CGI.
Where's Eric tonight?
He's watching with his mom and the wife
Yelling,
and everybody. But
yelling
and right now he's kind of in
hello.
hiding. And right now they're losing. So right now he's in hiding. He's gonna be like, I can't reach you. I literally will start texting and be like, so I dare you to show your face there, Mr. We're gonna win. I swear to God, Ham, I just need Seattle to get like a pick 6, or I need Darnold to hook up on yards after catch. Just give me anything. I just need them to lose, because then I will play that clip. It's going to happen on the podcast if it all comes to pass, and I will be relentless on Friday.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm glancing over at whatever the hell that they're doing with this halftime show right now. It's obviously very Hispanic driven and very derogatory. Yeah. Okay. He's in a maze of different foliage. Oh, don't spill that on that creamsicle thing you're wearing.
Yeah. Simon says, I booked my flight at a hotel a month before the National and Ubered. And every day from the National was just a 20-minute Uber ride every day. If you want to go for it, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, when we Uber, I mean, our place shows right now, like if I did time yesterday just to give it an idea. So I'm tossing up between two. I booked two right now. I have two booked because one has to be approved. And if people are going to keep looking for them, I don't want it to go away. And then I got to start getting farther and farther away. So I try to stay in the vicinity, but we always try to find a place that's near other things that we can walk to. So we don't have a car when we're there. Rob stays by himself. He brings his car, he parks it, he never moves it again until he leaves. And he stays right across the street from one of the hotels right across the street, basically. So for us, nobody drives there. We all fly, and we're not going to rent a car, so it's just easier to Uber. But like the place that I'm looking at staying that I booked a little while ago, there's a CVS 3 blocks away, Dunkin' Donuts 2 blocks away, a pizza place, like 4 restaurants, and a bunch of other stuff. So we don't even need a car. We walk 2 blocks, 3 blocks. We're everywhere we need to be. And other than that, we'll just go over to the convention center and just live in that area the entire day for the most part. And if we need to get home, it's usually not bad to get back. It's usually coming to the show that's just murder. Going back, you're always going against everybody trying to come in, so it's not a big deal.
Have you considered looking at Neo, telling him he's driving and that's that, and seeing his response?
Yeah, that's like no, it's throwing a rock at a wall. There's a little dent in it, but it doesn't do anything.
I'll throw more rocks.
He's set in his ways. He won't even room with us. So
Well, listen, Neo's a completely different category. I just assume he had a personal driver, a concierge. He has certain requirements.
I just always tell him you just like to walk around your hotel room naked the whole time.
That might be true. Who knows?
I drive. I drive, but I drive on there too. So,
what does parking cost?
$20.
$20 a day.
$7 last year.
It was between 15 and 20. If you got the VIP, you got like half off or 75% off or something. But
the VIP last year, you got nothing.
Oh,
This year, if you get the super VIP, you get free parking.
It's a super VIP.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair
That's
enough.
the ones with all the autograph guys, the guys that stand over there. Yeah, they get all the.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that they put it into that this year.
Was there a super VIP last year?
Yeah.
There usually is, yeah. They've been doing it for years now, but
nobody ever talked good about any of the VIP packages
because they're not a good value per se. The advantage used to be that you got in earlier. That used to be the key piece of the puzzle.
Now it's still you get in an hour early and you got a place to go sit down. That's the big things for Chicago.
Yeah, the lounge or whatever, right? Like the Ludex Lounge. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, we're lucky enough to have really good relationships with them each year. And we just basically talk to who we need to talk to there, and they're very kind to us to give us wristbands.
Yeah.
That way we can get in trade nights and stuff. Because we all go as media. We're all under a media pass when we're there.
Yeah. If you can get a media pass, that's a good one. For Expo, I'm good friends with a lot of the dealers, so I'll do dual dealer wristband.
Mm-hmm.
So dealer wristband, you get in anyway. You get access to that stuff. So
yeah, last year National kind of poo-pooed that to where you can't have more than one type of band. You can just have the band that oversees another band type deal. Mm-hmm. So if you're a dealer band and let's say you might be also doing stuff for promotional or stuff like that, they would tell you to keep the dealer band because the dealer band is the only way truly in really, really early. Because they only get in like an hour before the super VIP and VIPs do. And then media only gets in 30 minutes before the regular people. So your window to like get around and try and get some free space footage and move around, it's very difficult. They shortened it last year.
Mike O gets the media badge, and he could get in at 8 o'clock last year.
He just knows somebody lets him in. They cut us off last year. The year before that, yes, I could get in like a dealer. Last year we had to wait outside, like in between the real line and the area to get in, because they would let us in early. I don't know what the arrangement's going to look like this year. Hopefully they extended it, because we were trying to tell them, like, listen, we're trying to get in here, move around, get footage while people are away from tables, talk to people. I know a couple people do interviews before the show starts as well. It's very hard to get to somebody, then do an interview after the actual the floor show actually opens. So there's just 1,000 people running in nonstop for hours, and it just becomes noisy, very difficult to deal with anybody. People are getting pulled in directions. So it doesn't bode well for somebody who's trying to actually make content and advertise for the national. I think the advertising part for the national, they haven't really got fully behind yet. I mean, they're still nice enough to obviously give us badges, but I don't think they understand how much it actually benefits them to have these videos going out when the show's just kicking off and before it and going on, to really draw people in. Like, I don't know why they have such a block to find any value in that. It's really weird.
I think what's problematic with them, like, just speaking seriously, I think the problem is that they've been hitting these record numbers or near record numbers without it, like basically being very light on it without trying to promote it even more. I just don't know. Like, I can guarantee you're right that they would actually help, but at the same time, does filling up the space with even more people and making it a worse experience, does that actually benefit you in the long run? Like, if you were able to get even more people, but the organization is still what it is, they still don't have it figured out how to get everybody. Like, they had that thing where I remember, was it the last show, Scott, where they had the upstairs, but it wasn't using the full space. Like, you actually could have had way more room there.
And this year they're supposed to be using that full space. They've already,
which will help. That'll help.
They're going to fix upstairs.
Because if you last year, that space, you could see their thought process was, this is where people are going to buy the daily tickets, and we're going to line them up and bring them down this back escalator to the back room. That's how they did it in years past there. Once they got to that big, they must have only rented a certain square footage up there, because there was a ton of room behind a white curtain, and all they had to do was move it 3 feet.
3 feet, yeah.
And
the aisles
would
were
have had
horrible.
plenty of space.
So
because me and Brad talked about it yesterday, and it was like, so they must have had to. They were probably stingy of what, because in years past, that ballroom where the VIP was, they've rented that out for other things while the Nationals going on. I've seen wedding things going on up there. One year they on the side where the upstairs was for selling, they had a Halo tournament and bungee thing up there one year.
Didn't they have a Raptor show there last year? They had a Raptor show, like dinosaur stuff show.
Well, and the hotel across the street was a horror convention show.
Oh, that's what it is, horror convention. Yeah.
Every year the same weekend, because I stayed in the hotel it was in, but that hotel was doing renovations, so they were doing it in that really nice one. I can't remember, Hilton Hyatt. I can't remember. It's got the air bridge or the walkway going.
I'm surprised the National allows in.
Not the north side of it. It was on the north side of the convention center.
Yeah. So it's so much going on there. It was less last year than years past, but still, they had a big. I still don't think last year on Friday evening, Saturday, and Sunday was many people as it was the year before at Cleveland, or the first year at Chicago after COVID. It was very light in there Saturday evening, and Sunday was empty.
I think there's too many other things going on now than there ever were before, and I think that helps really pull people away.
Yeah. Well,
that's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's always
I think those side shows, drawing a couple of people, that's why I say, like, inside the original space, it's gotten really full. But having these little side shows now give a chance for some of these somebody wants to organize in one of the other spaces. That's why I said, like, you could 100% have like a Pokemon show somewhere nearby in the area in another space, and they would be able to draw. The same as kind of the soccer card guys started doing their own thing. Like there's room for a couple of these guys to organize it. Now, real quick, I just want to quickly make a note for the chat. I'll give a lot of room and rope, but there's only two rules I got: no religion or politics in the chat. Otherwise, I really don't give a crap. I'll let pretty much everything else go. But if you throw anything in there, just reminding you. Otherwise, I'll let a lot go. But just giving a quick reminder. So, but yeah, bottom line. Otherwise, everything else, knock yourself out. Fair game. But yeah, I think spreading it out though with those little mini events, I think actually would work. And by the way, there's some entrepreneurial guys who could make some money doing that. There's money to be made totally.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. You're smart. You know how to promote something.
Yeah. Like they got control of the strip. The National does right across, but less than a mile away, you have those hotels at the bottom of the hill where Big Chicken is. Down that way.
Well, Scott ironically is in the pocket of Big Chicken. Speaking of sponsors,
and also where the casino is, in that area. I cannot believe like somebody hasn't started using some of that area. Like, I really hope if the 50 collectors group does something away from there one night for their trade night. Even though it worked, they made it work last year. I give them applaud for them every time because they did a good job with what they were given.
Well, I would assume the next YouTube get together thing, now that the lesson has been learned, I assume this time around they're going to actually organize it somewhere, probably have an offsite space, I would think, and they'll direct you guys to that. They'll be like, all right, everybody, we'll meet here, and they'll just rent out the space or whatever for the night, and then you won't have to worry about the stuff.
Well, Paul, the place we went where we met Dakota and everything last year, that area back behind, or I guess in front of the convention center on the back side of the parking lot. That's a whole mecca. Yeah, there's so many different places. That's also where we went to Tiki for Filmington's thing in there. You had that big open field. There's an AMC theater, which I'm sure has rooms available if somebody wanted to rent them. Like, there's a lot of space just there.
They said it's like a big room in that bowling area. That was a bowling alley / arcade and all that.
Yeah, it's like a Splitsville.
Yeah, they said it's a big area in there. I know the barbecue place. They have a barn door. When you go in, it's on the right side. They open that up for music nights.
Okay.
And I'm sure that's a big room that somebody could rent. And, everybody would have to pay to get in or whatever. But, there's places near and around there that they can do stuff at.
Yeah.
If somebody wanted, just like the soccer thing, like Carlos said, at a soccer field. I mean,
I think there's also less companies involved in the space now too, so you don't have as much of this other stuff for competing bodies, eyes, and money, because you're kind of forced directions now, and you're either in it already, and if you're trying to get your foot in, it better be a direction that's not stepping on anybody else's toes that's already affiliated with pretty much Fanatics tops. If not, you're probably not getting in.
There's a couple of indoor soccer fields that are within 5 miles ish.
Right.
And the spot that they held the soccer show at last year, they hold a 400, 500 table regional show about every 3 or 6 months. That's a solid venue. Your feet don't hate you because you're walking around on indoor soccer fields for hours, and it's not the concrete of the National. Like, those are really solid venues.
I have comfortable shoes.
Yeah, I get comfortable shoes. And I always get a brand new pair of Dr. Scholl's.
I still think our biggest failing is a lack of a comfortable shoe sponsor.
Yeah.
Or
as
Dr.
a people, we've
Scholl's.
collectively failed.
We need
And
inserts.
I get new socks. I buy new socks.
We can get the copper socks. We can get the Dr. Scholl's insoles, and we can get somebody give us some shoes.
Yeah,
some New Balance.
I think. Look, Ham. You're right. Dr. Scholl's would work, but like the whole shoe. Go for the whole shoe, man. Go for the whole thing.
But we know regular shoes don't come with good inserts, so that's the first thing you got to change.
What if you had limited edition special National shoes with custom inserts.
I'd be all over it.
That's the play right there.
I get a new pair of Skechers every year for it, and they're awesome. I don't have to get inserts for them or anything. And I'm a big dude. I mean, 6'2", 350, so 6'2" and a half, 350. So
The guy who sells it's right along once you walk in the door and you go left, and then you keep on the left side. The guy who sells the food does awesome. If you opened a spot and you said, I'm only selling shoe inserts,
oh, I'm sure.
they could make some money.
Yeah.
To take me a trench coat with Dr. Scholl's in them and just like open it and be like, what size are you?
That would
You cut
be
it
that
down.
would be way on the bottom end of the creepy things that people with trench coats at the National would have
You
inside.
gotta do
of the
something.
trench
Well, you
coat.
got to do something different to attract attention. That, or we can put them in a case, take up some
That's
sea space.
If you go there, with David, he says it every year. Just buy a bunch of cases of water, set out front, and sell them for $1 a piece. You become
Yeah,
a millionaire. Shit.
Oh, there's
Well,
usually
Scott-
so much water too that's never even drank that's sitting on all those trash cans.
Yeah. Well, Scott, there's at least a couple of dealers every expo who literally have a cooler with gold water. They'll be literally somebody walks by and it'll be like, "Do you have?" Dunk. Yes, I do.
So so people at the National had it last year. They would have kids there. They would have candy and stuff. I watched the people from the National walk around and shut that shit down. You were not allowed to sell food or beverages at your tables.
No, I have no problem believing that is the case, but I'm just
I
telling you that
sat there and watched
that an expo they
Oh my
expo they
goodness.
100% happened. There was a couple of guys that actually had a cooler behind them, like a little mini cooler, and you could get a couple of drinks or whatever. Menzie, for the most part, again, it could change down the road, but for the most part, like if it's inside of your dealer space, like we literally have the meat guy. We literally have
Yeah.
a booth that's the meat guy.
Yeah, we had the fudge.
Fudge guy, yeah, people go crazy for that.
Exactly.
There was one guy on the backside that was selling M&M, Snickers, Milky Ways, and Three Musketeers, all king size, for $2. And like we were all like, let's get like 5 or 6 of these before they tell him he can't do this anymore.
Yeah, because I watched a little kid was walking on the newer side where the autograph stuff was, and they took him back to his table and they shut him down because he was walking around with cool. I was like, this is a little entrepreneur right here. I like this.
Do it until they tell you can't.
Yep.
They
I mean,
do that
that's
at the Bucks
'cause-
games too.
Because if you read, I believe, because in Atlantic City they were stopping people from they saw it, they were stopping you from bringing it in your bags.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it says it in our ticket stuff that you're not supposed to bring outside food or drinks in.
Well, it's funny. The vendors order pizza, so
Yeah.
it comes
Yeah,
to
they
the
do.
back door. So I'm like,
I think
oh, what?
yeah, they can have whatever policy they want. It's their deal what they want to do.
Yeah.
But like for practical purposes, folks bringing their drinks, bringing some food or whatever, it makes logical sense, and it allows people to be out there longer because they don't have to then leave the venue necessarily, because a lot of people don't want to eat the convention food, like they don't want to.
But it's good
We're-
food
we're-
there. They actually have good food inside the convention center.
Hey,
there.
hey,
I eat the
I-
sushi bowl all the time, and I love it.
Yeah, they had some bad. If you waited till 12 o'clock or 1 to go try to get food, you're going to wait in line.
Yeah,
but there was places to get drinks where you didn't have to wait in line.
Yeah.
You might have to wait 3 or 4 people, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, the only thing I
Right.
saw that was really rough was that taco nacho bag where they threw everything in the Doritos, all the
Yeah.
meat, the cheese, and all the stuff. Yeah, like that's gonna put you in a bad spot real quick if you can't get to a restroom.
What did you notice too? Did y'all notice last year at the show they took women's bathrooms and turned them into men's bathrooms?
Mm-mm. I mean, since I have that Ludix thing, I just go to the private bathroom area where there's no lines, no waiting.
Yeah,
everything's clean.
I do it, but so on the other side, if I didn't want to walk the Bataan Death March across, I went over behind card ladder, and that there was 2 bathrooms side by side. And I walked into one and I saw there was no urinals, and I was like, "Did I walk into the women's bathroom?" And I walked out, and it had the men's thing over top of the what. I was like, "Oh, okay." So I was like, "Actually, it's pretty smart. There's probably 4 times more men here than women." So.
Oh yeah.
Somebody figured out the demographic. They were just like,
Right.
we can do math.
10-1.
That
Yeah,
number's
And
low,
that was
right?
the best food spot too, because there was a food place back here that nobody saw, and the
Mhm.
line wasn't as bad. So I had all that scouted out.
Yeah, that upstairs we were talking about earlier is supposed to be a lot bigger this year, not just because they're widening it, because they wanted to bring more vendors in, because now that's the introductory vendor location. So if you come
Yeah.
to the National for the first time, you're only allowed X amount of tables, and that's where you have to set up. And until you get voted on too. So if you don't pass a grade, they will not allow you back the next year. And you'll have
So
to
you're talking about on the same side they had the tables this past year?
the upstairs that everybody complained about, that it was too tight to walk through. It was
Okay.
miserable. Yeah, that area that's going to expand to the other side of that aisle, as well as to
Okay.
the other side of that pillar that was
Yeah,
it,
that
where
white.
you could have pushed everything back.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's where they normally hold this spectacular, and that's 700 tables ish. They normally don't hold that downstairs. They normally have the car show that's down there, so they normally hold that either upstairs or in the same like the normal level, but on the other side there. So that area gets used for it. I don't know why they were so adamant about, hey, you rented these 4 feet. Screw the people that are walking through. That's that.
Yeah, I literally, so the one time I go, I want to get there early because I want to walk the upstairs because I heard it was actually pretty good stuff up there.
That's fantastic.
So I walked up one aisle and I turned around and I was like, there is nowhere for me to go. And of course, somebody had a red wagon up there and I was ready to lose my shit. And I literally moved one of the things, walked around it and put it back down and left. I was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this. There's too many cards here to stand up here in this. I can tell you that.
Yeah, because it was to the point if somebody was looking at the table and on one side and the other, there was no way to walk through.
With nowhere.
Like,
And everybody had backpacks on.
Yeah, impossible. Correct. Yeah, it's just like you had a 4-foot space to walk through instead of a 6 to 7-foot space.
Yeah.
It was
I don't know
wonderful.
who looked at that and said, this is perfect.
I was told the whole point was to keep that area small on purpose because they didn't want that to detract, because it was much cheaper to get into that space than it was to be on the main floor.
Okay.
And some of the main people on the floor were upset about it. So it's like they just went up there to make it miserable, I guess, by deliberately putting inside that roped off area for no reason. It didn't have to even be roped off for what I was
Those
told.
guys that have been at the National forever, they get upset about everything. So
That's why they need to go. Bye-bye.
Yeah. You're not. Well, at least after Atlantic City, where they're renting their table spaces out to people, keep their space, and they didn't want to go to Atlantic City, they're renting it out. And then Sunday, nobody was there. They stopped that bullshit. So
There's a lot of people that aren't there on Sunday, though. Sunday is
last year was I was impressed, even though I was still a little upset that people are closing down about 2 or 3, because it's not fair to people to pay the full price on Sunday. Should not be full price.
I agree, because most people aren't there, and a lot of people don't attend it. Most people, half the people running around are other dealers that have already liquidated stuff and is looking for some deals. Sundays definitely should not be a full price day, because it's not even a full day. Nobody's putting in a full day.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
usually
anybody.
that's always kind of been the argument, that like for the dealers, and if they're not going to get the attendance for it, how much effort you want to put into it. I see the argument.
Then, and if you're working that from Wednesday to Sunday, you're usually dead after Saturday because of all the other stuff going on, and the days are long for you, and they're early for you every day, multiple days in a row, and you still got to tear all this crap down to load back up and take it away.
Well, usually the dealers are done by Friday, because Friday is what the panini party, right?
Yeah, it has. Well, I don't know now, but last year everything was on Friday. It seemed like.
Yeah.
That was the other
I
thing
went to
too.
the WNBA game. I watched somebody throw a dildo on the floor. So that was
Fantastic.
You threw the dildo on the floor, Scott?
I did. I was actually walking around and seeing the place, because it was where DePaul plays basketball. It was a nice stadium.
Per this comment, Paul, he was actually too busy fighting kids. So if you see the comment, is that Big Scott has a problem with this. He's got to
See-
take out the strollers. Like he's got to take them out. He's busy. He's fighting the children.
There's people that want, I want only vintage is what I hear from a lot of people at shows. I want no kids. That would be my nobody, no kids.
Good
You have
luck,
to be
buddy.
24 and above. It's like renting a car. If you can't rent a car, you can't come in. That'd be my show. No, I'm playing. I know people here don't know
coming
me.
after you.
I think
Watch
This
out.
big Scott guy hates
Maybe the
kids.
same people in the comments,
Look,
but the other 40
Scott,
people, they don't.
You're still big, Scott. You better be able to fight some kids. I expect you to be able to take down 4 or 5 of those kids at a time with each arm. Just whack them. Just go.
No, it's just people that go to my channel know how I feel about strollers and wagons at shows.
Yeah,
So,
they can eliminate all of that. And if they want to call it a fire hazard, go ahead.
It's a fire hazard. That definitely impedes egress.
these people that come in, especially with the double strollers, and they got wheels the size of a
They're
small SUV.
Yeah.
And then they stand there literally sideways while they're looking at the table.
So in my world, where I'm trying to just look at like a card in a case, and there's people obviously standing around, and it's kind of one of those things where you're standing there maybe trying to ask a question, and for some reason your 2 other friends have to cling to you because they can't go anywhere on their own. That drives me nuts. The other thing is when I see somebody standing there that wants to ask a question and won't speak up, they won't say anything, and I'm just like, is this going to happen today? Do you mind if I get over here? And they're like, well, I'm interested in something. I'm like, okay, let's do the deal. And he's like, well, I don't know. It's not even my table. I'm talking to this guy. And he's like,
Okay,
I
can
don't
I ask a question? So Ham,
Yeah.
you're kind of leading me down something that I haven't had the chance to talk about too much, but it's accurate. I enjoy watching a lot of the card show vlogs and stuff because what you learn, and this happens to the kids too, because of the generation that grew up with the negotiating style that you see on a lot of the vlogs. The thing is, they just don't know how to talk at all. They don't know how to communicate. The negotiation is not that difficult. It's not that complicated.
they're either really good and they're probably 10, or they're really bad and they're over 18.
Yeah. It's like the basic structure of a conversation where it's like, this isn't this difficult. And whenever I negotiate, the negotiation doesn't take very long because I'm like, well, this is the price I want. This is why I want it. I'm not going to spend 2 days chatting with you about this. Like, we can usually figure it out, or we can. And okay, no problem. I'll come back later. And if you still have it, then we can talk again.
Well, that and sitting there comping a card up against the table for like 10 minutes is annoying as shit.
Yeah.
Everybody should be using one of the 2 apps. It's pretty easy to figure out what it was.
Yeah, you can usually figure out a ballpark. Once you got a ballpark and you got a number in your head, just work to the number or don't work. And if the guys won't cooperate, then move on.
That's sometimes the problem. They won't cooperate. So somebody stands there trying to figure out, how can I convince this person to do what I want?
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not a Jedi. It's not going to work for you. There's no mind tricks that you're going to be able to pull off here. Just move on to the next one. Move on to the next deal.
The other thing that pisses me off is you'll have somebody walk up to the case. Oh, you buying? And I always just want to answer, what? What are you selling? I don't want to see it. I don't want to know what the price is. Describe what you're selling. Because if you're selling the same shit everyone else is, move the fuck along. Don't waste.
The other thing that drives me nuts too is when stuff isn't priced. Now I understand certain things, they don't do it on purpose. I get that. But not when it's everything. And I'm including stuff that's in the box when you're going through just the box cards and nothing's priced. There's no, this is roughly this price, cards between $1 and $5, nothing like that. It's just completely at random. And then when you ask like 5 cards, I got to look it up now. I'm like, I'm going to sit here for another hour. I'm going to have to deal with him looking at the same shit I just looked at. And he's going to try to just screw me on the price. So I'm like, is this worth my time or effort? And it's kind of like when I see that, I just completely steer away from attempting to even try it because I'm like, I don't want to deal with this person. You automatically make me not want to deal with you.
Yeah, I think the other piece kind of playing into that though also is that whenever they're trying to, if they do the "Are you buying?" they'll do that to like literally everybody, and it's like, why don't you look at the table and see if maybe it matches up? If you've got a Pokemon card and the table doesn't have a single Pokemon card in it, yes, they might be buying, but they might not be buying what you're selling. You could save a lot of time just by match the demographic to the showcase a little bit.
Well, those are also people trying to push fake stuff probably as well. Because otherwise you would just go to another Pokemon dealer, like you're saying. Like, why would you even do that unless your angles?
But there's a couple of folks though where the mentality is basically the same as like, oh, I'm looking for comps and I can't find any. How hard did you try? Did you actually try, or did you spend like half a second on it?
I always love listening what people's nuances are to make their card more valuable in their head for you to purchase. Oh, but this one's this. Oh, that one's this. Oh, that one's way better than this one. Or this one's got the special sauce on it. And, oh, there's a printing error. It makes it worth more. It's called an error. That usually means less, not more, but whatever. It's just, I always sit there when I'm just videotaping, listening to this shit. And I'm just like, I literally will sit there and start laughing at the table. And I can't help myself because it's so stupid. Some of the stuff that I hear on both sides.
The things that people get hung up on for price are most of the time are not the things that people should be firm on price on.
Correct.
So it just amazes the shit out of me. I gotta get this out of it. Well, then go to eBay and charge 13% more.
I love it when they say I overpaid for it. Why is that my problem?
Yeah, that's your fucking problem, dude.
Well, in the case, you want to sell it, right?
So, Ham, that's always one of my favorite though, where somebody would be like, "Well, I have this into it." My actual thought is like, "So why would you reveal that?" Yeah, I could have $1 into it. My goal is still to get what I'm actually trying to get out of it. Like, it doesn't matter what I have into it. That makes no difference to this conversation.
He's already paid this much. Oh, I can't hurt him too bad.
Yeah. As a buyer, I don't care. As a buyer, I don't care if you're taking a 90% bath on it. That is not my problem. That is not my concern. Yeah. My question is, would you like to sell it? This is the going rate for it. Would you like to sell it for the going rate? What you paid for it originally is not my problem.
I would love to see somebody go up to one of these players that didn't pan out really well and all their prices have dropped and just berate them. Like, you know what you have done to me?
What you've done to me. Well, that's basically what happens with some of these guys in fantasy, isn't it? Yeah. You screwed me over in fantasy.
Look up at Zion Williams. You know what you did to me, buffet boy? You know what you did?
I had so many of your base prisms, asshole.
I'm holding on to your prism refractor and a 9.5, and it ain't going nowhere. I might as well throw it in the water. It looks like Seattle got a little life here, but they're back to the old kicky doodah.
Yeah, I walked in a show earlier, and I was looking for the cheapest Drew Brees auto I could get my hands on, just because, well, he's not an asshole and he's going to keep signing. So the price of that auto is only going to go through the floor.
Yeah, with supplies.
So
that's right.
I will get a cheap one. The guy had a leaf out of 6 and a leaf out of 3. So and not like leaf limited, like the new leaf, the shit leaf.
Yeah, the 30 different parallels.
And he had them stickered at 165 and 150. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, drop the 1 in front of this.
Yep.
I'm like, hey, are you interested in selling these at comps? No, I got more than that into it. I almost looked at it like, you dumb fuck. But I didn't. But I just handed it back.
$60 autograph.
I'm like, yeah, dude, I will pay you full comps because I'm trying to get him for the Hall of Fame PC. But if you make me wait 3 months, the price ain't going up. It's only going down.
Yeah, see, a guy like that, I'd target a very specific card that's during playing days or something that's a truly on card. Just because I like some of the mid 2000s stickers, that Donruss and they were doing. I don't mind those. They hold up extremely well for some reason compared to a lot of other autographs on stickers as well. But I would target something like that.
Eric needs this advice. You got it. Eric needs this. It's important that he knows that. Exactly. In my experience, the timid buyers are usually the bigger spenders. It can be sometimes, but sometimes it's just timid. Depends. It's irrelevant what you have into it. If the car's gotten under price, that is the sunk cost. Keep it moving. Yeah. The buyer doesn't have to care what you have into it. That doesn't matter. And it is 12-0. Continues. I'm curious at this point. Like, I'm sure somebody on Twitter has already figured this out. But I'm curious, what's the highest score that one team has racked up in a lead on just field goals?
Or how many Super Bowls have only been field goals?
Somebody had 6 one game. I know there was a game in the last 5 years where it was 18 3 or 7 or something, and they won.
There's probably the New England one. I think it was the one against the Rams. It was something like that. The score was something to that effect.
Was that
a Vinatieri game?
3?
Yeah, it was like 17-3 or something like that. Yeah, like basically no offense was generated for the majority of that game. Maybe there's like one touchdown, but that was about it. I like Rob's comment, and I'll give my answer. My wife said I just watched a Bad Bunny. What the hell is that? The arch nemesis of Good Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Rob. Everybody knows
Easter
that.
Bunny. It's the Easter Bunny, by the way.
Yes. NBA players talk about getting harassed about sports betting, but not the cards. That's the next logical step. It's the next. You got to follow it in Espanol. If you can follow it in Espanol, all the answers will be revealed. Yeah, I think a lot of that stuff, though, to me, sometimes it's very entertaining to sit at a dealer's table, especially because I know a lot of some of my buddies set up as dealers, so I'll hang out there for a while and just listening to the negotiating style. We'll say I'll put style in quotation marks. I'm sitting there like, this is not that difficult. For the love of for the love of God, come on.
It really isn't. It really isn't.
Yeah.
And then the majority of people that are coming to your table, they know you're not going to get full comp for pretty much 90% of the cards. So they're already fine with that in their head. So you already have some leverage. The funny part is when they want to trade 5 cards into one big card. And it's not one of those big cards that you would be fine liquidating into smaller cards. It's kind of that mid-tier. Like they want, a $1,500 to $2,000 card. And they want to give you 5, $300-$400 mixed cards to try to get there. And it's usually not the ones that are the easier ones to move either. And I'm just like, if you were on the other side, would you do this? Because the answer is no. No. It's pretty simple. Let's turn it around for just a second and be like, would he do this? Because I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because a lot of times my buddy there who sets up, he gets through a lot of material, including stuff that I'll collect. So for the Medano stuff that I collect in hockey, he gets a lot of nice stuff, high-end stuff. So if he's got something on there, our conversation is usually like, all right, pull that off of the table. We'll talk about it later. Half the time he just hands it to me. He goes, hey, just hang on to it. Come back to me. Let me know what you want to do. That's it. It's not this crazy negotiation. Sometimes I'll throw him a number. He'll throw me back a number. I'll throw in one more number. He goes, done. That's a negotiation. That is the full extent of because it's not complicated. He knows what he has into it. He knows what he wants to get out of it. He knows we discuss what it is. We come up with numbers. We throw them back and forth. This shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. And I'm being generous when I say 5 minutes. I mean like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
We see a stare down between the customer and dealer because they both want to be first to speak loses. So I had that. I had one dealer who couldn't resist talking. And I actually won a negotiation by saying nothing for like 2 minutes. And I just let him talk himself down.
That's Dustin's tactic.
It was just funny. You just sit there, and Paula was great. I just sit there and I just looked at him, and I literally was just sitting there, I'm thinking about what he's talking about, but at the same time, I'm not saying anything. And then he talked himself down, and then finally got to a number that I was okay with, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll do that. But I didn't have to throw a number back at him. He just brought the number down all by himself.
So earlier today, of course, I watched the Mr. Beast thing. And then I went on to Whatnot afterwards. Because I always like to see who gets rated. And it was funny when Mr. Beast was on, Whatnot told him not to shout anybody out to raid them because they were telling him that the servers weren't going to be able to handle it. They were diverting basically. They're diverting all the deflector shield to Mr. Beast, basically, is what they were doing, But it was funny because people still went and raided it. And then I ended up getting into Backyard Breaks, which is now Backyard Buzz, I guess. I don't know if they had to rename because of that. Then another guy, the other guy's channel, which I can go back and look up on my phone because I really bounce between those two. Both of them were giving away $50,000 to $80,000 of product. There was no buying the entire time. They were just feeding off of Mr. Beast being on Whatnot, and I'm sure it was something kind of brought it together with Whatnot as well, which was a lot of fun. They gave a lot away. Again, I won a card, and it's just that random that's going on. But the guy that was on the show that I was watching prior to Backyard, that was probably the best person that's kind of the hype man during a break with another person that I have seen on any of the breaking channels. Like, he was full of energy. He had the heavy voice. It's very Don Westy like.
We do like us some Don West. We do like that.
So he was doing again, for the most I've seen of a lot of these shows, and I've been in a lot of breaks and I jump around. The energy he was bringing, it wasn't over the top. It was out there. It's almost like he was a president presenting something to you. And just I was really surprised to see somebody like that there that hasn't been taken and pushed somewhere bigger. And he has a big channel to begin with. It's a very big channel, but still, just to the fact of just finding at least one person that's kind of doing it right from a standpoint. But he also can't do that, 5-6 days a week at that level. It's too much.
Yeah. Well,
and then watching Backyard, and they're just a bunch. They're just still juvenile idiots. It's entertaining. I'll tell you that. It's entertaining, but they're definitely appealing to that 27 to 17-year-old person.
Well, that's been what's kind of kept them viable. That's been literally what's made their business work. Is that's where the money is for them.
Yeah, I clipped some stuff and I sent it to Dustin so he could play with it during the week on some videos, because I think he's doing a backyard video on Wednesday.
Okay.
I don't feel like dealing with it. I'll show it if I want to, or add it in somewhere. But I'm looking at this and I'm watching some of the stuff, and I'm like, how are like Professor and some of these other channels that want this spicy stuff not on there, just kind of watching them? Because you don't have to watch very long to see something stupid, hear something stupid, or for them to say something stupid, or do something. Like he got mad because somebody was saying you were going to the packs real fast, because you know where the hits are. You know what I mean? You go through the pack, you open it up. Especially they were opening Prism. Third card in's a hit. If there's a second hit, it's the fifth card every time. And they wouldn't shuffle through the rest of them. And somebody got mad in there, and he's like, duh, 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 and he throws all the cards up in the air. Like, it don't matter. I'm like, okay, that's a little too much, but okay, that's where we're going right now. And that's again why you get Breaker Delight boxes, because you don't have to deal with all the other crap. And I still think the future is going to be a Breaker's Delight box, not a regular product like what we're used to.
Could be.
Like, it's all waste. So much waste.
To answer your question, though, Ham, the reason why is that it's a lot easier to talk about how much work you're putting in and how much time it's taking, which, by the way, can be a real thing, depending on how much editing or whatever you want to do with it can be time consuming. But it's like, it goes back to that dealer conversation. Nobody cares how much you have into it. Nobody cares how much it costs you. That is not the consumer's problem. Nobody actually cares how much time you spend editing a video. Nobody cares how much or how little time you have available to do it. If you put yourself out there and you want to talk about how hard you're working, well, then that's on you. Then I'm afraid that's up to you to figure it out if it's worthwhile your time. I've said many times, and I've been very transparent, I would love to do more stuff. I don't have enough hours in the day, and the payoff isn't worth it. So there are going to be times where I'm going to take certain shortcuts. And the shortcuts are just so that I can make the video. It's just so that I can get the video out, as opposed to having all the frills and all the... Ham, I would love to edit every video and make it look exquisite. I would love that. But it's just not worth the time to do that.
We need to make a SAS to help us do that.
Yeah. Or I can just basically do like 80% of the way there, have a decent video, and as long as the content is good enough and people at least enjoy what they're hearing, then the editing bells and whistles might not be necessary. That would be the extra 20%. That'd be really nice to have, but it's not the end of the world.
Who in this hobby has good editing? When you watch a video,
with teams mostly. People with teams mostly.
Who? Tell me one though. I can't tell you one. I can't tell you. I wouldn't give anybody an A for editing.
Well, it depends on what it depends on what you're looking for editing. Team. But that's what I just said.
Make a video appealing. But outside of Jeff, who's the next one?
What's it called? Chasing Cardboard.
Chasing Cardboard.
I don't even consider that a card channel. I mean, it's more of a TV series.
Well, but basically, that's what it is. It's with that.
I know, but they go into other stuff on there, and they go into little stories and things like. I mean, it's literally a TV episode. It's just surrounded by based off the hobby versus somebody who gives out hobby content.
Ryan has good editing, but he has an editor.
Yeah, but that's still not A tier for somebody he's paying for.
I don't know.
Like Jeff has a huge team though.
When he does a series like putting together his card shop where he's doing card shows and stuff, I think it's pretty good. I mean, for what it is.
Yeah, for
I
what
would
it is,
say
correct.
Bowman 53. Bowman 53, when he decides to do a documentary style, because he's done some where he'll do like a documentary style one where he'll take some cards or some components of it,
Yep.
but he's literally editing it that way. He'll bring in the B-roll, he'll bring in some of this other stuff into it, because it, by definition, that is editing. And it is doing a story based on the cards or the items that he's showcasing.
The person that did it the best when we were coming in through our COVID crap was Ben Carlos. His editing skills that he had from previous work and just kind of fell into the space made his videos extremely palatable, and that's why his channel blew up. I think Ben still works for the Raptors.
He was doing some stuff with them. That's right. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these. So, Paul, don't worry. If you need to just pop off, do it. In the meantime, I'll just quickly read some comments here and get caught up.
Yeah, just take a minute here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to mute you for a second, though, because we can hear a lot of the movement around while you're doing it. There we go. Walk up with cash, and there's disrespectful and arrogant. That happens a lot at card shows, yes. Or you just do your videos in one take. You can. That's an option. But no, I wasn't kidding, though, a second ago. We're all making choices. None of us do this professionally, which means we got to figure out, like, and I like making video, and there are times where I like to do a certain thing. I'd love to add a little extra spice with some editing stuff, and throw a couple of fun Easter eggs in there, but it's minimal. I don't want to spend too much time on it because the return on the extra time isn't worth it. It's not like the views are gonna triple because I took an extra couple hours to edit a couple of extra Easter eggs in there. But it's fun to do it once in a while. But there are a couple of folks that will take that a little bit of extra, and it is fun to see when they are able to do that little extra. Give it that extra visual punch to the story they're trying to tell. Cut time with Leaf Binder, complete master set, yes. Hammer 44, yeah, Hammer 44 is a good example. That's somebody who's done some editing on their videos, but it's few and far between. It's got to be, you got to have a passion for it, and it's basically you're trying to do, the folks that do that, that's why I say Bowman 53, Hammer 44 would be a good example. They're basically trying to do little mini documentaries. That's basically what they've chosen to do to make it a little more interesting. They're like, okay, well, I'll show you this stuff, but I'll also tell you a story around it, and then I'll include the B-roll. I'll include this, and I'll throw some extra stuff in there. And that is editing. It'll be editing that adds that extra. Yeah. Feel like my work is into research? Yeah. Yeah. Research piece goes in there. Perfect. We're all cut up there. But yeah, to your point, Ham, the amount of people that were editing in the traditional sense is very limited because it's for most people in this space won't bother to do that.
I just feel like this space is missing a specific type of character with a specific type of style to break stuff up or give people a different idea of what people would enjoy. I don't think we found that in this version of the hobby.
Right now, my best bet is, like I said, I'm still trying to get the budgeting done so that we can get the Eric's crashing channel off the ground, and then based on the millions of dollars we'll be raking in from that, well, then the budget can go up here. It'll improve everything across the board. What's funny is it's not production values wise, but one of the things that I was joking with a buddy of mine a while back is that I used to do video. I do most of my videos from the office here. I just do it in the same spot. But I used to do like a chunk of my videos in the living room. So I'd be watching something and I would literally set up the camera and I'd just be doing it from in there. But just to change the scenery. And it's literally the same place, but it's just moving it from the other side of the room instead of being in the same spot all the time. So that's just for variation, just for fun. I'd be like, I should probably do that again. It's been a while, but that room needs to be cleaned up a little bit before I set something up again. But I could just set up the camera and it'd be easy to do. It wouldn't be going too far. But I think people have gotten used to, that's why I say right now, I think the content space is in a rut for a lot of folks. So basically it's regular videos and occasionally somebody's in a car driving. And that's your variation. Somebody's in a car.
Well, that's all over YouTube. That's not even just in our world. That is a phenomenon that's in all kinds of videos. Driving around a car talking.
I love it.
Yep.
There's not a lot of major shows right now. I mean, you have all your shows in November and stuff, and then you have Christmas and New Year's, and then you have a bunch of shows that pop up in March, April, and you get the national and go from there. But
yeah, the thing is a lot of us are around a lot of shows, and there's a lot of people that still don't have any shows around them. And if they do, it's very few ever. because I get a lot of comments on my channel that there's either people that can't physically get out and walk around a show because they're in a wheelchair, they can't walk very well, they're older, whatever it may be, or they live in an area that just never have shows and they got to travel 3 to 4 hours just to get to a show. So there's still a lot of desolate space out there that people don't have the availability to get to these things. And it's kind of one of the things that kind of drives me to keep doing what I do, is because I'm giving people the opportunity to see something that most likely they wouldn't get to encounter unless they went to a national. So I'm very lucky here where I get to see that type of stuff all the time.
We have a lot of shows, but it's mixed shows. So you might go to it, it'll be cards, toys, you know, it's going to be half TCG. So we do have a lot of shows, but you're going to get a lot of other stuff there too. So cars are huge. I'm in the middle of NASCAR area, so Hot Wheels is huge down here. Yeah. Wrestling is huge. So a lot of that stuff that shows.
So kind of to Brendan Ryan's comment here, I was just thinking, I watch a bunch of watch YouTubers, and some of them actually do quite a bit of editing, like micro, you know, they'll look at the watch, but they'll use like a micro camera to really zoom in on it and really give you the visuals of it and all that. And then they'll intersperse it with other things and other elements. But there's one of them that really goes in hard on the editing. And when it comes to that, part of it is that I was just thinking, as I was kind of thinking about this comment, is that obviously Dustin does his shtick where he'll pretend that he's talking to Alf at the beginning of the episodes. And, you know, it's literally just the same Alf doll. But this guy, I'll see if I can put a link in the description too. You guys can check it out. He will literally talk to a dinosaur. He's got like a dinosaur stand-up or like a doll there, but he actually makes it talk. And then he does voiceover on behalf of the dinosaur in a posh English accent.
Do you watch the Y-Files with Hecklefish?
No, that one doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, go look up the Y-Files. You'll have a great time with that.
Yeah, but it's called The Urban Gentry, and he does a lot of heavy editing with the stuff he does. But he's literally got the dinosaur. His name is Hugo, and he does voice acting for Hugo and then for himself. And there'll be bits where Hugo will chime in and basically give snarky comments, but the dinosaur's mouth is actually moving, so he actually edits it. So it's doing it.
You wonder how long he's been around, because I know Y-Files and Hecklefish, they've been doing that for years, because they have their, like, you can buy a Hecklefish and have it shipped to you, because Hecklefish is basically a goldfish in a bowl. Next to him, he's a sarcastic prick. Realistically,
but that's what I'm saying. I think that's the next. So Ham, to that point, I think that's the next logical step. It's like you got to have your animated henchman that, you know, is throwing the peanut.
I need to have a Carlos in a bowl, and then I talk to Carlos, and Carlos tells me why I'm stupid.
That's right. Literally, that's all it is. It's just constantly telling you over and over again. I appreciate that Dan says facts to the response to Zach's comment.
Yes, earlier.
Praising Dan.
I don't know if he's talking to us.
This was Zach's comment. He goes, Dan's not in a rut. Most underrated sports card influence out there. And then Dan saying facts.
Facts. Gotcha.
I appreciate that, Dan. I like that. But it is great stuff, especially his comic books. That's right. So I say, like, I think it'd be funny if it would require a little bit of editing work, because obviously in order to make it work, in order to do what it's doing, you have to kind of make it look decent. And the guy spends a crap ton. You can tell from the videos that he spends a crap ton of time editing it to make it work. And he actually does a good job of it, so it actually looks good. And then obviously he voices over both characters so that he can make it fit. The Alf doll is a distraction. Dustin's actually in contact with alien life forms. This is facts.
I know that. I mean, I have one up here, Brendan, but I have to keep that for safety for when the other ones land, that they'll understand I'm already somebody's friend.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like if Dustin is going to have 5,057 sponsors, I think at this point the Alf doll's mouth should move and it should start talking back to him.
How do we get other? We talked about this on the show last Wednesday too. But how do we get other sponsors unrelated to cards to come into the space?
You have to convince them that sports cards are not as lame as they are.
I mean, the majority of our audience are men, so anything men driven,
and Eric
should be able to, and Eric, but you should be able to. It should be at least a decent thing for them to try, you know, like Manscaped, or again a deodorant if somebody wants to do it. Obviously, Magic Spoon's a little weird; it's not really a thing for older men.
Can I give a serious point though that we have to consider as well? For all the talking and all the noise and everything, we have to consider that I think any sponsor, I don't care what it is, has to take into account. You have to convince them that not only do you have the viewers, you have to convince them that the viewers are actually going to. You have to convince them the viewers would actually spend money, because it's not good enough to have them watch. Can you? That's why I did the video where I was talking about the Pac-Man thing. The Pac-Man thing, the stuff was too expensive to begin with. He has an audience, yes, but that doesn't mean the audience is going to click over and spend money. Just clicking over it doesn't help them. They've got to actually spend money. And if the stuff's too expensive and they're not going to spend that money, you can have 1 billion subscribers. It's not going to help you. So can you convert them into buying whatever this product is? Then you get the sponsors, because then they're like, okay, you can actually convert this and actually get people to spend money. Fine. Here you go. Because that's what you got to sell. Kangola needs an animated Thomas Jefferson with the auction with the original Declaration of Independence. Yes. I think you should have CGI Thomas Jefferson, just like we had CGI. We had the virtual reality Tupac. We should have hologram Thomas Jefferson. Tell us about the Declaration of Independence.
Did I hear King Golden's going to be selling one of the copies of the Declaration of Independence?
Yeah, that's what Dan's referring to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Rick Harrison sell it?
I don't know where he got it from. I'm not sure we sourced it, but I just know he did. He is auctioning one of the copies for whatever reason. No idea. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments. So earlier, the Paul and Scott gave a little collecting background. You want to give a little, the elevator pitch? What is the ham other than being Florida man, collecting wise?
I like to go for things that you're not going to find every day. For a long time, I was a prospector, speculating that certain cards are going to go up, and I would basically prospect mainly baseball, guys from the minors coming up, try to get ahead of that, especially with the way Bowman First was trending at the time. And this is going back to probably 2005 is when I started doing that. Prior to that, I was just collecting the cool cards that you could get. I started collecting as a kid in the late 80s with, packs from Kmart, Woolworth, or any place like that. We had 5 shops growing up here in the vicinity. It was probably in 5 miles apart total. So you always had somewhere to go. We had an introduction to hockey in the late 90s. Started picking up hockey. Always been a homer, all my Tampa teams. And then pick and choose a few of the GOAT players and kind of just collect it. I've always enjoyed ripping packs in the chase. And now I'm just kind of priced out of it.
Yep. Where's the collecting focus these days? Obviously, you got the homer teams. You got those ones. Is that, and I know you got a lot of interest beyond it, but for the most part, is it collecting some of that? Is there anything else that kind of fits in to the collecting itself today?
Now I still try to look for something that may go up in time, or if I want the nicer copy of something. Not necessarily always has to be graded, because most of my cards are raw, but usually something that you just can't find. That's where patches used to be a big deal. But with the way people have patch swapped over the last few years as well, and how good they're at it, I don't trust a lot of that stuff anymore, unless I can see where it sold prior. So I've been really regulated to what's the best long-term holds. And when I say long-term, I usually give them a 5-year window before I reevaluate. And then I figure out what I want to do. But right now the hobby is so overpriced realistically, or newly priced. I could say it's overpriced from where we were when we grew up with it to where it is now. And if it's going to keep going, it's technically price fair. It's just, how comfortable do you feel holding on to some of this stuff anymore? Because one weird worldly thing can make cards obsolete for anybody to care about. And then at that point, we just have our collection, and I'm fine with what I have. But there's a lot of stuff I don't need behind me.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm not going to lie, Paul. I secretly I wanted Seattle to absolutely destroy New England. But now I'm kind of enjoying the idea. I would actually kind of love the idea of Seattle winning just with field goals. That would actually be very funny to me.
Yeah, my buddy texted me that the dog was asleep, and he's like, "Yep, I'm with the dog." I'm like, "Yeah, you're not far off." Like, I joined a live stream so I could shoot the shit with my buddies, and we're not really talking the football game because there ain't much to.
There's not much to say. I thought this was thought through, Paul. I had a feeling, like I'll be honest, my vibe was that I don't think this is going to be a good game. I was not convinced that this
Yeah.
this NFL season has been so bizarre. This is the Super Bowl we deserve with this NFL season. This is the Super Bowl we deserve.
Can they make the Super Bowl exciting? Is there a way they can make it exciting? There's been nothing exciting about it. Ooh, is that loose?
Yeah, that's
That a turnover?
exciting for Seattle.
That's huge right there.
We're just looking for the
Here
defense
comes
to make
another
plays,
field
man.
goal.
We're looking for the
That's fine.
defense to make plays, bro.
I'll take it.
Here comes another field goal.
I'll take it. 3 runs and a kick.
Paul, the answer is
It's a
yes.
pitching
it's
battle
not
in this
the Super
game.
Bowl.
Yeah.
Good grief.
I kept waiting for their defense to get it. I was getting ready to say we need a turnover. That's the only thing that's going to really make a change in this game, one way or another.
I was
Oh,
thinking the
yeah,
same
yeah.
thing, Paul, that you're going to get the Paul's comment down there, that the kicker might get the MVP, but I think Walker will probably get the MVP.
Yeah, they always like to choose the true offensive player, even though the kicker is probably the most important player on the entire team usually because he's the reason you win or lose a game majority of the time. I always find that.
But I mean,
highly
he hasn't
inconvenient.
made any crazy kicks. They've all been
If
extra
this
point range.
if this were to somehow go 14-12 New England, and then the kicker won it at the end, then you have an argument for it.
It'd be like one of those Vinatieri situations from back in the day,
Mhm.
like, but it'd have to be low enough scoring, and then the kicker wins it for you. It'd have to be one of those deals. Look, man, the only excitement I have in this game is that Darnold's up to 163 yards. I just need about another 60 yards. That's all I'm shooting for right now. And the MVP, Scott, if this holds out, is me, because I will be destroying Eric. The destruction. Eric will literally hear the cackling sounds of the $1 million man laughing at him in his dreams.
Especially if they don't
calling
score.
in sick for y'all's podcast tomorrow.
It's okay. I have an in with the family. I will be like, you put this camera wherever he hides himself. You
You
make
duct
sure
tape
this
him.
camera's right there.
Sit him in the corner, surround him with mayo so he can't escape,
Mm-hmm.
and then point the camera at him and make him talk.
Scott, that's what I say. When that podcast episode happened, and at the very end of it, and Eric just randomly, I did not know he was going to do that. And he did the all we do is win, 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 win thing. I'm just like, oh, this is getting clipped. This
The wrong
will
day.
be used against you. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I'm
Yeah,
patient,
I
Scott.
think-
I can wait.
Dan,
I
we
think
gotta remember-
now, if they win, if Seahawks holds on to this, not
Mhm.
only does he do the Kazuka parade
Mm.
wearing a kilt, but wearing
Yes,
a
he did
Seahawks
promise that
jersey.
too. That would be so good.
Yeah, we got to
So-
remember New England had the weakest schedule in football. Really,
They did. So, so this is actually, hey, I'm going to play into the narrative. It's going to be like, okay, so you've had a cream puff schedule.
Mhm.
When you played in the AFC Championship, Bo Nix was injured right before that. Like, you didn't even have to play Denver at full strength, and it was still a terrible game. And you
Yep.
barely beat them with, basically with their backup put in.
They're
like-
winning with coaching, not with players. With coaching.
Yeah. So it's like, that's not good. Like, and it doesn't look good. That it's like, well, what did you accomplish? The New England folks were out there. They were puffing their chests. They were trying to convince themselves. I was like, okay, look, we're through 3 quarters. Thus far, as George St. Pierre once said, I am not impressed with your performance. Just saying.
Did Jackson and Nigba come back out? Because I know they took him to the locker room. He didn't come back out.
No.
I think he suffered a concussion.
I like Dan's comp. This New England team plays football the same way Eric rides a bicycle. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Most punts in a Super Bowl by one punter is 11. New England's punter already has 8. Does anyone have the bet? Did anyone do
What's the over on that? That's got, you know how much that's got to pay if you put $1 on that?
That'd be amazing.
Go look that number up. It's got to be in the plus thousands.
I do have the defenses on my DFS roster right now.
Nice. Unfortunately, the Kenneth Walker watch is slowed down, Scott. He'd have to have a really massive fourth quarter to
Yeah,
make a
he-
difference.
They'd have to make the field 400 yards long.
I think he'd have to run he'd basically have to run a 90 yard rush.
Yeah.
Just evade
Yeah.
everybody and just go from one side of the field.
I'm watching all our group texts now. I mean, he had a shot early on in the first because
In the first half, he was almost at 100 yards. Like first half,
well,
he was
he needed 106 like 5 minutes into the third quarter.
Yeah.
So,
oh, here it is. Second Super Bowl with 0 TDs for 3 quarters. The other one was Patriots Rams. I called that.
Yeah, you did good.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Yeah, one of my. I've seen some interesting stats come across my phone too.
What a coincidence! The last two truly tragic Super Bowls, New England was involved in both.
Figures.
Yep.
I don't think the Patriots offense has got like 100 yards because of all the sacks.
Yeah, it's.
I think we only count that for college, though.
That's a pass interference, isn't it?
It still goes get you total.
I think it should be. It looks to me. At least he turned around.
He turned around.
So right now, I'm looking at a summary here. Right now, New England has 78 total yards, is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
Oh, then they count that for like the team total. In college, they count that as rushing stats against the QB, which I think is sad, but it is what it is.
Eyes wide open on the bottom. Yep.
I got
a question for you, quick.
You're getting close and close to yours. I don't know.
Dink and dunk. Listen, me and Sam Darnold on the same wavelength right now.
Ham, I got a question for you, quick.
Yes, sir.
Have they ever had legitimate shows at the flea markets, or do they ever have consistent vendors at the flea markets that are worth going?
So we do have consistent vendors at one of our main flea markets. We've had last year 2 flea markets shut down. One just reopened back up over at the old dog track.
Was that the Oldsmar one?
Oh, wide open.
No, Oldsmar's still good. They closed the Mustang flea market, and they had another one on Icot Boulevard for a few years in St. Pete. They closed that. That's the one that moved to the dog track. Now the Oldsmar one or Wagon Wheel, I think is the Wagon Wheel is the one that's still open. And that one has 2 or 3 card vendors in it that are just the same guys that have been there forever. But they do get new stuff in from time to time. And they have boxes that unless you go through it, they don't ever go through it. So it's stuff that's just been sitting there for years. So sometimes you can find, a diamond in the rough. Otherwise, you're trying to find the guys that are the weekend warriors and set up on Sunday. They go out and they hit the flea markets and yard sales at other places Friday, Saturday, and then they set up on Sunday. Those are the guys you're looking for. But everybody has cards. You go to the one on Icot, I would say 10 people have some type of sports cards. There we go. Just like that.
The good news is that it helps the passing total. The bad news is I don't know if they pass again from here on in.
Well, the Patriots at this point have to go straight down the field and score and act like they mean business all of a sudden instead of playing scared. Now they have everything to lose. They have no choice. So now they have to take the gloves off and stop being conservative.
Well, the irony is that also leaves them open to potentially coughing up the ball a couple more times. It's one of those. So they don't have a choice. They kind of have to be aggressive, but you got to do something.
Yeah. The concern, like Paul was saying, is now do you just not throw the ball if you're Seattle and you get the ball back just due to the fact that you don't want to cause an error?
All right. We got to include the meme, Paul. I would be remiss. Here we go. At least for tonight. I need about another 20 odd yards, but 30 yards or so.
Or also, that's what the guys are saying that are selling the gold prisms on PWCC, because I refuse to call it Fanatics Collect.
Sure.
So how does this game affect both these guys at this point? I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but now that we've seen where we're at,
So Darnold hasn't played amazing, but he's been solid. Like he's doing a good job, and he has in no way hurt his team. He's made a couple of a couple of free throws, but like overall, when you look at the stat line, it's respectable. And at least he's thrown the touchdown, so that was good. And he has had a couple of chances. He could have broken a couple of other passes if he had put a little more air on the one ball, and there were a couple of chances. But even then, he's been okay. Drake May has been disastrous. Like the team is sub 80 yards offense, period, including everybody. Nobody's played well. But that includes the quarterback who has been sacked a couple of times already in this. I don't remember exactly how many sacks he's taken, but he's taken a couple.
He's taking like 4 or 5.
Yeah, so it's like it doesn't so for the Drake May should have been MVP narrative, that's a hard sell looking at this game. And the same New England guys, so like the Kevin Wiles of the world, who are obviously New England Patriots fans, who are obviously pumping them up leading into this. They were talking about, but they played all these great defenses, which they did. By definition, statistically, they played some great defenses. Well, right now they're being shut out in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. So is Seattle that much better at defense, or is the offense kind of crap? Which is it? Is it a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B?
From a card standpoint, I don't know if Drake May's cards are going to drop at all because he's so young. And they're like, oh, well, he got this.
They'll take a dip. They're not going to collapse, but they'll take a dip.
2%?
No, they'll do more than that. There's a couple of folks leading into this ham that were there are a few investors who, in their minds, were convinced that this Patriots team was going to be the beginning of a new dynasty. So they were throwing money into it quickly here. Remember, Drake May is way higher than out of the two quarterbacks. Drake May is way higher. Sam Darnold, people left him for dead a couple of years ago. So like any hype he had died a couple of years ago. So he's gotten a boost, but it's not like he shot up 10x leading into the Super Bowl.
Well, that, and even if they win the Super Bowl here, his cards really aren't going to go up at all. I mean,
they already have a little bit leading into it. That's what I'm saying.
But there's they might drop. You know, we usually see it too after the Super Bowl. Cards drop; they don't go up. I mean, even Mahomes,
but they will be higher than the baseline starting the season. Like from where he started the season, he's gotten a nice little boost, and his floor has gone up. And his floor has gone up.
This game's over, unless there's some crazy thing that Drake May does. Their cards aren't going up from this.
Neither one of them were going to go up regardless of the outcome. But I'm saying Drake May will go down more.
That's always the perception.
Because he had the bigger boost.
Yeah, but always the perception is that, he won a Super Bowl, his cards are going to go up. To the average collector, not the people that are seasoned.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is that Darnold's post-Super Bowl drop will be lesser of the two. Drake May's post-Super Bowl drop, if it stays the way it is right now, will be a bigger drop. Because he's starting from higher. So he's got more room to go down versus Darnold, which he will go down, but he'll also solidify, and officially going forward, his floor would increase because now he has at least the one thing on his resume that these other guys don't have. He's not going to be an all-time great. Nobody expects that, but a winner's a winner, and at least you got that in. And by the way, you at least contributed towards it. It wasn't just a Trent Dilfer situation where, like, arguably, well, okay, what did you really do in the Super Bowl?
Trent Dilfer is the worst Super Bowl quarterback ever.
But that's what I'm getting at. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback where, like, nobody is arguing that he was there. We can say that he was there, but at least Darnold threw a touchdown pass. Like at least he contributed in some way towards helping his team win. So that's basically so I think that's the argument for him.
Darnold's. I think you're going to have a bunch of Seattle fans that just go on eBay and hit the buy it now.
Yeah,
but
for the local fans, they'll show him love. They're not going to go out of their minds spending billions of dollars on him, but like they'll show him some love.
Yeah, like he'll get some, but it's not going to really affect the price.
No,
I think it's more of a hit for May, cardboard wise, at least.
Yeah, and there is the extra element that this past calendar year, Seattle had two teams that the fans rallied behind because the Mariners had an impressive showing, and it didn't quite happen for them, but they were still they performed well. They had a great run there. Well, this team getting to the Super Bowl is a great run, but taking that one extra step, that's huge for them. So this team will be fondly remembered. Let's put it that way. The team itself, a lot of the players, especially the key players, will at least have themselves, a warm spot in the Seattle sports fans. So some of these guys will get a couple of cards sold just off that. But it won't be big money, to your point.
I think it hurts the card market that this isn't really being done by JSN. If you had your big hitters doing this,
Yeah.
it would help him, but he's basically non-existent in this game.
Yeah, because that was most people's hope for, I guess, something that could drastically change.
Here
price.
we go.
Nice.
As somebody who collects a rookie of every Super Bowl MVP also, I just really hope it's someone who I already have.
Mike Fabian's now one player away from getting his 3 guys he picked for touchdowns in this thing.
It's just crazy.
Oh, is that one of the ones he picked for touchdown?
He has Hunter Henry as his what's left.
Good catch.
Somebody's
See,
got
they had to finally
Seattle
open it up.
Huh?
Yeah, but part of it also is this. I think somebody's forgot to tell the Seattle players that you actually have to finish the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they had to play defense.
Yeah, like they've been playing really solid right up until this point and actually putting pressure. But the fact that he's able to get off the big throw, it's like that's literally the opposite of what you've been doing this entire game up until this point.
Well, that's because they actually they wanted second and long, third and that old drive, so they can use their old playbook and actually can keep people in the block.
Now the next drive is going to be, I think, interesting because the temptation is to run, and I wouldn't necessarily advise that. I would keep the playbook open. You can do short passes, but at least make sure that everybody just doesn't load up the box for the run. Because if that's all you're going to do, well, then it'll be 3 and out, and you'll give them the ball back.
I would run play action on first, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. At least keep the option open. Make sure that at least they're thinking about it. Plus, I still need, like I said, about another 40 yards. I'm just letting the powers that be know.
You need one big play. You need one big play to get into
that's
field
all
goal
I need.
position.
A couple of yak yards. That's all. Ham, all I'm asking is for a short pass and a couple of yak yards. That's all I'm asking for here.
That's where it's a play action pass. That's what you need right there.
Yeah.
You throw it out to the wheel route to the running back and let him do his thing.
There's both a self-serving and not self-serving method to my madness here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be interesting this next set of drive and play. I think New England, do they even attempt to blitz, or do they try to just stay in the zone and keep everything in front of them?
They got a couple of sacks running stunts up the front.
Yeah, I just see Vrabel isn't the type of guy to pull it back right now. He needs to keep his guys running.
The other funny part, Paul, is that this can give some credence now to the hashtag rig. It's like, all right, boys, it's time to start playing. Okay, pull out the next page of the script. What are we all doing? Just keep it small. 3 quarters. Just take it easy. Let's just chill out. 3 quarters. Talk about it on the 4th.
The best commercial of the night right here. Helmets.
Steve and Neo are in a chat argument right now.
Helmets.
On the Discord or just in general?
No, just if you hear the Mario ding in the background, that's because they're texting back and forth. They went into conversation about Darnold, and then Neo made a comment about the Luka trade because Steve had said that the Luka trade was horrible for the Lakers and was better for the Mavericks, which now Anthony Davis, you know what I mean? So, and then he was just talking about Luka cards being up, and then basically Steve saying he's cherry picking the ones that he's choosing. It's just a funny little, this has been going on since that trade a year ago.
This is the off-center chicken versus Peter Griffin argument.
Yeah, it's the off center.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just glad it's not the Saints versus the Packers argument. The never-ending fight.
It will never end. The Saints could be relocated to New Mexico and it would continue somehow.
All right, let's see what happens. They can run it out. He doesn't have a choice.
So even with that drive, Drake May is now up to a 50% completion percentage.
Because half the passes he was knocked down before he could throw it.
Yep.
I haven't felt either quarterback's been very accurate this game either.
No, they've been offline. Like Darnold would actually already be at that number if he had kept a couple of those passes in line. He was picking the wrong spots. He'd wait too long for a couple of them.
JSN is back on the sidelines.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that? That stick or I guess there was an advertisement sticker that he had or patch he had on his jersey. Looked like it said 250 on the other. It's on the left shoulder. No, okay, I see it. The USA, what? USA, what is that?
Yeah,
I think that's
250
the
year
USA
anniversary.
250.
Isn't that like July 8th or whatever? July 4th?
I think they're gonna have it
Look,
for the
math,
whole
calendars.
year.
What do you want, man?
Yeah, well, I'm just, there's a lot of things
It's
going on
year.
around that time. There's supposed to be a big press conference going on July 8th. All right, let's see what this play is.
It's really not till for another couple of years when it got ratified through all the different states. But
Yeah.
you want to really,
Yeah.
really into the weeds of it. But
You always want to have an anniversary bigger than what it may be.
but yeah, it's the year of it.
It is more fun celebrating Screw You England Day than it is celebrating, hey, by the way, this is the day that this state or ratified it. That's why you don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo when it's like, oh, this is their Independence Day. No, this is the day when they actually declared it, and yeah, it is what it is.
Oh no, we're at what? 3rd and 11?
That's what I see. 3rd and 11. Let's just see here.
Yeah, they
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 blitz.
sniffed
They
out
knew
the
what they
screen pass.
Yeah.
Yep. What happens when you run the same formation on the same play all damn year long? They're going to know what it is. I feel like none of these offensive coaches have ever played Madden before.
Oh my God. The Madden joke is the worst. Oh, too much air.
It truly amazes the shit out of me in an era when most of the kids who play football have played Madden. It amazes the shit out of me how terrible clock management is in the NFL and in college.
Yeah.
Just amazes me.
Well, remember, you said the kids, not the actual people that are coaching. I think they know
Yeah,
better.
you won't see the effect of the Madden for another 20 years.
Yeah.
But you've had Madden now for
I'm
35
pretty.
years.
I would love for somebody to test a theory and go get one of the leading Madden players and bring him in for preseason to run some plays, because they don't just know offense; they know defense.
Yeah, but you don't even need that, Ham. Some of these teams would improve, to Paul's point, if all they did was manage timeouts, clock management, just a couple of clock management things, and they would immediately improve it overnight because they understand how to work that clock a little bit.
Well, my thing is when I'm also watching the play set up. I mean, I go to all Bucks games and I watch film later just because I always want to see what happened. But I look at it, I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing right now? Like, I know what's getting ready to happen. It's bad. How do they not know what's getting ready to happen? It's bad. Like, I don't get that. Like, why are you calling this play? It's not going to work. It will not work. The defensive scheme will not let you let it work. Jesus, where's that going?
So
Or the whole they take time out and you look at it and you're like, I would almost rather have the timeout than the 5 yards, and it's not even close.
Yep. Well, that and just with player personnels, when you have certain personnel in there and they're lined up in a certain formation, they only run 3 plays with that player. and it's always the same shit. So it's like if you know it and you're doing your job and coaching your defense to how they should play a play, they should damn well know what's getting ready to happen. What are they doing there? That's a horrible.
This is about a decade and a half old now, but I was at 2011, Florida and Florida State in the student section for Florida. And they rushed out their backup tight end to be the holder on 4th and 2. And it was pretty quiet on that side of the stadium because they were down by 10 points or something like that. And I shouted as loud as I could. Watch the fake.
Throw that.
Burton's in at holder. And
come on, Hammy, you don't like a jump ball?
Not at this point in the game.
I would have liked it if a Seattle guy had caught it.
Yeah, but they should have. Like, tip drill, guys. There's 3 of you, 1 of him.
Yeah.
Tip drill. Jeez. Oh, look at this. Ooh, spread it all out. That's going to be weak protection.
They don't really have an option at this point in the game. And then they throw that weak shit.
Stupid shit. Don't even throw that. Like, what's the point?
Like, you run the clock.
The point is running the clock, Ham. This is working for me. I got specific things we're trying to get done here. Work with me.
I just don't see any. I mean, I got some yards, but man, it's just a horrible. It's all horrible. Just all horrible.
Oh,
the same play. You're dead. Boy, you better run. Nice.
Nobody in the middle of the field. It's shameful.
Tick, 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 tick. I love how when we watch the Super Bowl and it's only good for the 4th quarter.
My question would be, like, talking about that quarterly thing that I was talking about earlier tonight. I'd be curious how many people already clicked off because it was about so bad for so long and there wasn't much going on.
Well, they probably clicked off during halftime and they probably hadn't turned it back on yet.
They probably clicked off after the Seattle touchdown.
Oh, that's the thing. Like even with New England trying to move, like the clock is still running. All of these plays, a lot of them, just the clock continues to run. There you go. That's what we're looking for.
What was that? I mean, that.
Yeah, there goes.
Hell, that
10% of his cards.
Quarterback wouldn't have thrown that ball. What was he doing?
Yeah, I don't know. The guy was probably supposed to turn inside. He went outside.
The coach is yelling. I don't know who he's yelling at. Hopefully he's yelling at the quarterback.
Zach here says, Carlos, you're going to take that link down before everyone shows up post-game? No, I want to see. If anybody shows up post-game, listen, I'm still going to monitor it. I'll keep an eye. We'll have a little post. Look, there's one person, one individual. If this goes the way that I want it to, Scott, there's one individual that we need to hear about in the post-game.
I don't even know where he's throwing that.
What?
His name rhymes with Derek. It's all about the future, Paul. It's all about the future.
Brady's on his way to his car right now, and he's on his way to his jet. I noticed when Brady came out for the beginning of the game where they had the Hall of Famers come out of the little porta potty that what they put on this the thing. I noticed his was the only jacket that was autographed.
Okay.
Like he had a bunch in the white arms, his on his sleeves, there were a ton of autographs. All the other guys that came out didn't have any autographs. I thought that was weird. Maybe he was just fanboying everybody inside me, like, Mr. Montana, could you sign my jersey? Mr. Jerry,
he was a fan. He was a fan of the 49ers growing up, so that would make sense.
I saw Emmitt Smith's on there because he's got that big loopy E, so I could definitely tell that one. But I was like, look at him with all that, because Brady's not one to really collect autographs. You know what I mean? It's usually people want his autograph.
Well, now he's a card shop owner, so maybe they want to put in one of the card vault by Tom Brady.
That sucker's gonna be cut up and then tops. That's what that is.
Yeah, but it would also be a good piece of mem to stick in one of the shops. It'd be a pretty sweet piece to display in one of them.
He probably owes Ruben a bunch of stuff. So hey, I need you to take this to the game and do a little for me so we can slice it up and put it into a card.
Yep. I'll accept it either way, Scott. But I think the dream of the 225 is over.
Yeah. I mean, he's
Yeah.
getting a feed now, but
Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Like feeding Walker is correct. Like it's the correct thing to do at this point. You're working the
How
clock.
short is he? Of 220?
He's at 199 yards. He would need 26 yards.
well, he's only got 128 rushing.
No, I'm talking about Darnold. Like my
Passing.
side bet was 225 plus passing yards, and he's at 199 right now. If he had completed a couple of those passes, like there were a couple of passes earlier in the game where if he had positioned a little bit better, the completion was there. Like it was there. He had a shot.
How long do you type?
Just the accuracy wasn't very good. Yeah, I think technically, yeah,
Do we have
nobody's
do we have
stat line
any-
looks particularly good.
Do we have any recent buy nows on big Darnolds?
I'm gonna have to take a look. I will do a little checking on the Terror Peak. Let's see what we can find.
The other issue is Seattle fans. They could be waiting for Seattle Darnold product, and it's just not really out yet.
Yeah.
None of the current year stuff has him in Seattle.
Well, even if it's out, I mean, how many?
It would only be numbered cards. They wouldn't have any autos.
Yeah, they
Not
wouldn't
yet.
have like the good stuff, or like, hey, it's the one guy who pulled the gold prism or something, and it's just if it's out, it's not much.
Right.
Oh, pass. A chip away. These two guys are still fighting about basketball a year ago.
Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting. What I'm going to be wondering is I'm going to be wondering how many of these for some of the stuff, how many of them are going to get paid.
So here's a funny one. So Steve had one of his Darnolds up.
Yep.
Yesterday, somebody purchased it, right? They bought the buy it now. They hadn't paid for it as of today. Steve sends him a message. If you do not pay for this by halftime, I'm canceling your order.
Right. Yeah.
Like either you get to hold it and decide what you want to do. It's either you're paying for it or you're not.
But so specifically, that was the reason why I said the whole auctioning off or whatever the same day as the game is really risky because you give somebody the chance to renege, like if they don't like the result they're getting. So what I've got here, this is all ending today, so I'll keep refreshing as we go. A Donruss Optic Darnold, the purple stars out of 50, sold for 600 in a PSA 9 today.
Okay.
So not crazy, but like $600 for a PSA 9 is not bad.
Yeah, especially something that's not super low number, but that's still an odd numbered card.
Yeah. And then that is autograph, so that is something. Yeah, looks like nothing too crazy yet. I'll refresh in a bit and we'll see if anybody has any buy it nows. The buy it nows would be the one I'd be curious about because it won't appear in Terror Peak. It won't appear in Terror Peak until they actually paid because they have to pay. That's the thing. I want to see if any of these. I could just do completed auctions and we'd see, but
yeah,
I don't know.
That would be the only way to do it through eBay and just go complete it under Darnold and go most recent.
Yeah, because if I do that, I will get a different result because some of those folks wouldn't have paid yet. Let's see what we can find.
Most of the stuff I buy gets paid for immediately.
A lot of these guys don't do it. It's ridiculous.
Thought eBay was going to force that.
On some they do, and some they don't. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't, because like almost every one, you have to put your information in. You got like an hour.
Yeah.
Well, they just do it automatically. Yeah.
I take in, but some of them, if a person has a store, they can set it up where you can go, and they got multiple auctions. They'll hold it, I think, a week, so you can buy more stuff and get it combined shipping.
Right.
As well, so they do that as well.
I haven't really I haven't really seen any of the big Darnolds hit, like even on sold sales.
Here in Tampa, there's a couple dealers that have some big Darnolds, like one of one auto, Nike swoosh patch RPAs, and they just sit there. I don't think anybody wants to pay that much for somebody like that that's jumped a lot of teams, has no extreme or real following, and is just an in the moment guy. Kind of like what I was saying earlier in the chat with Baker. Baker Mayfield's popular here, but his cards are not. Like his Buccaneer cards are more popular than his cards from Cleveland.
For sure.
As
Yeah.
they should be.
Yeah. Well, like, look, Ham, best case scenario, like play it out for a second. You're a Bucs fan. Let's say Baker strings together a great season the next couple of years. They do a similar kind of situation here. They get to the Super Bowl. Hell, let's say take it one step further. Let's say Baker actually is the MVP of that. Best case scenario. Let's play it out. Would you have some interest in Baker? Sure. You interested in the Cleveland stuff?
Nope.
Exactly. So it makes total sense.
I would get a Baker at that point just from a placeholder in my collection because of being a Bucs fan, but I wouldn't go after like the best one.
Yeah.
Again,
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you might have some interest as a fan. You might have interest in a card or two just to have in your collection, but you're not going to, the Cleveland stuff is not even a consideration. You're not even going to give it a second thought because it's not your team. You don't care.
So like this in the past year and a half, especially this year now, the Buccaneers never had anybody in a color blast. The two guys that had in downtowns didn't even play for the team anymore. And one didn't even play football. And this year they've come up or between last year and this year, we had a color blast of Baker and Bucky. We have an uptown of Mike Evans. We have a downtown black and white looking thing of Mike Allstott. And like, that's the first introduction to those type of cards that we've been able to get. Other than that, the Baker explosive that came out last year was the first case hit with a Buccaneers uniform or a player. So that's why I chased those, which I bought those, cherry picked them on eBay, graded those, had out of the 6 that I bought, 5 were 10s. And I just slowly liquidated all those and made, $40, $50 a card.
Right.
Because I already knew what was happening and where it was going. And that was all people were going to be able to get and, chase after. Plus they're good looking cards. But like, I don't need to have one of those at all. Like, I'm not going to overpay for something. I can buy some other card I'd enjoy or have better speculation on than that. I don't like it when a player jumps a bunch of teams. I just don't like it.
Yeah. And that is true of a lot of folks. There are a lot of fans who are not interested. For me, if I'm a player collector, I'm interested in the player. That's what we were talking about earlier tonight about the whole thing with Alonzo and Big Scott, is that the fact that he is a fan of Baltimore means that as a player collector, it doesn't really hinder him anyway. Like, I've got Juan Soto cards, and I'm going to have a couple of Soto cards from all the different teams, but I hate the Yankees. But I'll have a couple of Yankees cards just to include it because it's part of the journey and everything. Long term, he's killed. Long term.
76, just stop.
Yeah. Long term, like he'll be with the Mets probably for a while, and that'll be fine. But yeah, he's played already for a lot of teams. So it's like there aren't too many fan bases that are going to be that attached to him unless he becomes an all-time great Met. They do some great things, and that'll be fine.
He'll never be an all-time anything.
Exactly.
That's going to be his problem. I don't care what his contract says. I'm a prospect guy. I've never liked something about him. There's something about him I just don't like, that I don't feel like a collector base is going to enjoy and want to continually collect. He's already annoyed enough people jumping a bunch of teams. That's just one thing.
Well, a couple of those he has nothing to do with. They just traded him. What does that do? It's not like it goes, I demand you trade me.
If you have a player that's supposed to be a generational talent and is the best player in baseball, why do you trade him?
Well, it doesn't.
The Nationals didn't have a choice because he wasn't going to re-sign with them. So it was either.
I'm telling you, there's something on the backside of him with his attitude with other people that people don't like him.
Well, as a huge Mets fan, so this past year he's not a voice. He lets us playing do his talking. He doesn't rah-rah. He's not a rah-rah guy. Because Lindor was like, you need to step up because Lindor's a rah-rah guy.
Mm-hmm.
McNeil was a problem.
So was Pete. Pete was too, yeah.
Yeah. So they got rid of McNeil because McNeil was the clubhouse problem. So they're hoping this year's better. But Soto's problem, Soto coming up first is kind of hard to prospect him because he came out of nowhere. He didn't even have a first card. So he had an autograph card. That was about it with Bowman. But then he come up. He was so young. I mean,
I know his card looks like he's 15.
Yeah, his MVP. I mean, he should have been the MVP of the World Series. He got screwed out of that.
I agree.
But the Nationals were going through ownership problems, still are to this day. So they got rid of him because he was either going to sign what they're going to give him, but they got rid of him so he can get something. And they actually got really good. They got a good catcher, shortstop, and pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes to the Padres. Then the Padres go bankrupt, so they have to let him go, and he goes to the Yankees. And then the Yankees couldn't re-sign him, and the Mets offered him the world.
Yeah, well, so
and a free suite for his family.
Yeah, to your point.
That was the difference.
The Yankees and Mets thing was the only time he was completely a free agent and could do anything he wanted. So he was able to just field offers and go with whichever one he wanted to go with. So it was just a matter of which one. But all those other ones, Scott laid out, like the Nationals made an offer. He was like, I'm not going to take that offer. I'm going to look at the options. They said, okay, well, we're going to trade you while we can get something for you. The Padres couldn't afford to keep him around. So they were like, all right, we're done. Because for them, they were trying to just win that moment. They were hoping him and Tatis, they just randomly win. Well, it didn't work. So as soon as that didn't work, and they got Manny Machado as well. So they have plenty of talented, expensive players. They're like, we can't do this. So the San Diego Padres thing was just a random blip on the radar.
And they had Snell at the time, and who else? The other pitchers.
Yeah, and they were hoping it would work just in the moment. It would just be all super fast. But by the time it gets to now the Yankees and the Mets thing, and for the Yankees thing, he was on his contract year. So he was always going to explore the option. The Yankees were thinking, oh, we're the Yankees. We'll definitely get him to re-sign. It's like, well, no, he can explore whatever option he is. He's a free agent. And then he signed for the Mets, and he signed for a long-term contract. He went with the big
Yankees wanted to play, I mean, not real hardball, but he wanted some extra stuff, and the Yankees were like, we don't do that for anybody. The Mets offered him the extra stuff, so he took it.
Which is their prerogative, by the way. They could totally do that.
And the door befriended him, so he's a clingy guy. Him and Trey Turner are really good friends. So when he makes a friend, he latches on.
Yeah. Now, real quick, as we were talking, a couple of these have started. I think a bunch of these RPAs were actually set to finish today before the game fully ended. Okay. So one of the Panini certified patch RPAs completed at just under 275. Another one is at Panini Limited. These are all kind of lower tier brands and products. But the Panini Limited out of 75 just finished for 207.50. This would have been minutes ago. So this is in auction minutes ago. DC Sports had a pink die cut rookie. So this is for Spectra. I like Spectra. They're nice looking cards, but they're not super popular. Nice.
Yeah.
I like the look of them. This is the out of 15 finished for $83. So nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously more than it sold for 2 months ago, but like not crazy dollars.
Yeah, I think this year going into the Nationals, because last year going into the National, there was really no real football talk going into it. Everything was a mess. There wasn't dedicated 1, 2, 3 guys that everybody had to have. That didn't happen. It was literally a mess. Everybody's kind of looking at themselves like, hey, we all know this is supposed to happen, but we don't know who it's supposed to happen for. Like there was never a consistent thought process through the hobby that said, this is going to be the guy that I have to look for the season. And we went into the season and nothing really happened either. Like everybody just kept waiting. It was the first time we've had that. And I think this year you're going to see it catch back on trend again, going into the National, where football is definitely going to be your highest focus. And you'll see a bigger push. I still think like Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Jonathan Taylor, those type of guys are going to be sought after moving into the new season. I don't know if y'all think the same way, but I think that we see that continue this year moving forward.
Okay.
Just because everybody's used to that secular, hey, you got to buy in what, November for baseball? It used to be December, and then it got pushed to November, and now people don't even know what to do with baseball anymore. Like, it's really hard. You know, like, if I'm going to prospect on a guy that I think's finally becoming who he should have been, I'd be probably looking at Vlad Guerrero Jr. because he's taken that leap, it looks like, and he should become now one of those top tier guys. I'm waiting for Bobby Witt to get a little more power behind him because I think that's coming for him this year.
You know what's going to be funny, though, to your point? You know what's going to be hilarious? What's going to be hilarious is when Vladdy Jr. finishes this upcoming season with like 30 home runs.
That's going to be bad.
Because the thing is, he knows he can do it, but he doesn't try to hit tons of home. He basically doesn't have this crazy uppercut swing. He's got more than enough power. The power isn't the issue.
Yeah.
He's got the bat.
Yeah, his power is so good he can miss and still hit a home run.
And he's going to hit for a decent average. That's the thing. Like, he'll hit for a good average. It's just not going to be like crazy eye-popping numbers.
Yeah, I think, but if he's going to do it, I think this year is going to be the year he does it.
We'll see.
Like, if he's going to hit 45 to 55 home runs, it's this year.
Oh, we'll deal with this. Cardboard Man, I haven't seen you before. 2.0. I'm glad you took care of 1.0. But don't worry. We will deal with Eric. His moment will come. You think people are super stoked when the Drake May buys last week? I know Eric is regretting buying that base card. Eric has one Drake May base card, and he's already regretting it.
And the majority of the people that bought those cards bought them to flip them, not to hold them for the next 4 years.
Yeah, pretty much.
I want one just to put in my collection. I like to get.
Like I said, I have a feeling somewhere in Massachusetts, there's someone, again, whose name rhymes with Derek, who might be in the market to move it, Scott. This might be the time. You have a strong negotiating position.
Yeah, I would want to see way more out of him to make me feel like he is a perennial quarterback in the league. Because right now I haven't seen that out of him whatsoever. I'd rather have Bo Nix over him.
Oh, I got a Bo Nix for me too.
I like Bo Nix a lot, and I think his coach is going to turn him into basically another Drew Brees type.
I like Bo Nix in college. He was so under. He was. I liked him in college.
Yeah. Oh, what are you doing? Jesus, that barely even worked.
I have owned Drake May in a fantasy league for. This is what his second season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, second. Yeah.
I have owned Drake May in a fantasy league now for 5 years. So, I mean, I think May's going to be fine. I just don't think he has a lot of help right now. And everyone's like, oh, well, they shit the bed and made the Super Bowl and yada, yada. I look at it and go, yeah, but where should they be and where are they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got lucky that they got here, but if you would have said, hey, this is a decent playoff team and they have hope going forward, yeah, sure, fine. I can buy that.
Yeah, because you look at them and you're like, is this the best team in the AFC? The answer is obviously no.
Do you look at Seattle and go, hey, these are Super Bowl champions? Or do you look at it and go, they somewhat won the playoff, the random generator that was this year's playoffs?
Yeah, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. They're tough to play at home. They really are. I mean, they're good defense. They've been a good team all year long. Interesting because the Bucs lost to both. Or did we beat? No, we beat Seattle at the beginning of the season. I think we beat the Patriots at home by like freaking 1 point. And then they're both playing the Super Bowl. And there's some type of weird stat that the teams that win the Super Bowl lost to the Buccaneers during the regular season.
That is quite the very specific stat.
It's very specific.
Like how far back does that go? Like
it's multiple years.
Okay.
Like how what does that go back to?
That's probably like
Consider
5
it.
or 6 years in a row now.
Okay, I was just wondering because I mean,
It's not like one. It's not like last week. No, no.
Yeah.
Well,
And
no,
for the
like-
record, Scott,
I was going to say
For the
Doug
record,
Williams was a quarterback there many moons ago. So I was like,
Not that far back. Not that far back. More recent.
and for the record, Scott, I wanted noted that for that last New England touchdown, that ball scraping the turf doesn't count. You know,
Well, I
that
was
one's
wondering-
good, but the Cooper Cup
Not a-
one's not.
I
Not
was like
enough
wondering
coverage.
how does that a catch with the Cooper? That was the same.
Nothing's a catch, but everything's OPG is all I'm saying.
They need the
Okay.
best game they can get right now.
Yeah, this one like hashtag super
We're
rigged.
trying. They got the Vegas guy in the ear right now, being like, "Listen, the guy remote viewed this. He told me what was going to happen. Some shit's falling apart. I don't know what to tell you."
Yeah. For the record, for the over-under folks, we're up to 42 points. So we're creeping. We're creeping close. It's got to be getting close to the over-under.
What was the over under?
I don't remember. I have to go see if I can find what it was originally. But it was in like, I want to say it was close to the mid 40s. So like a field goal might get you there. Like we're creeping close to that number right now. So we do have a Panini Contenders Sam Darnold that has sold minutes ago. 15.25 for the championship ticket in a BGS 9.5.
45 and a half is the answer.
Okay. So yeah, right, close. So you need a little more than a field goal. So right now 42. Yeah, you need 4 points. And the 1500 is the out of 10 version, which isn't
So
too
it's-
crazy.
So the last two shows
It's-
I went to, a guy had the same Drake May Kaboom, both shows, and it went up when they were going to the Super Bowl. It went up.
Hey
an
Paul, did you
extra,
see
like,
how
$200 or
did you see how the Seattle player like caught the ball and then nothing else happened? That was crazy. You see that? It was wild.
Don't remind me. Thanks.
As a Packer owner, could you send a note to whom it may concern at at Packers HQ, just to be that's how the thing is supposed to work.
Are they showing the color of the Gatorade already? Isn't that a bet?
Can I also send it to Richard Rogers as well?
Yes, I think you should.
Go.
Ham, what if that's a red herring? What if they're showing it and then they're like, we're not using this one, we're using this one.
Oh, why are you making it a fresh pot? Because he was
Suckers.
mixing that thing in there.
I think it's a red herring, man. I think it's trying to throw us off. I think they're
contractual
lying.
agreement that they have with Gatorade.
I think they're
Yeah,
I think
probably.
they're lying to us right now.
I'm gonna show the Gatorade Whirlpool.
Yeah, you have to show it.
Okay, here's a good one. Panini Optic PSA 10. This is the base optic. $180. Buy it now. That's pretty good for just the base optic. Because I don't think it would have been that crazy a little while ago. I think it would. You could have gotten that comfortably under $100 like 2 weeks ago.
It seems like you have a bunch of Karens in Seattle that are going on eBay and just being like, "Oh, my kid wants a Darnold. All right, here you go. Let's buy it now."
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that folks are going to be targeting some of the really low end stuff, not super crazy. Some of those will sell because some folks have had those buy it nows probably sitting for years and that they don't do anything, and they're finally getting them sold, which is good for them. The higher end stuff, it would be tough to move because regardless, again, Darnold hasn't played badly here. Like it's not bad, but it's not like his numbers are not eye popping.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything to lose the game.
Yeah.
He hasn't
Like,
thrown
he-
the ball up in the middle of the field a couple of times. With
He's-
jump balls.
He's played a solid game. And he has a touchdown pass, and he didn't throw any interceptions. He didn't fumble the ball. Like there hasn't been any crazy issues. He stayed out of the way, and the team is winning comfortably.
Yeah, I mean,
So who's the MVP? The kicker?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Well, Walker had
Walker.
134 yards on the ground. That's pretty good.
Walker's got almost 200 yards total offense.
Who has
Yeah,
the most
that's-
points scored on the team, though?
It's
Yeah,
not like
there
it's
you
been.
go, the kicker.
It's like you can't do it.
It's not like.
Oh,
like you
he's
have-
gone. He's gonna get his
Extra
touchdown.
yards for the Walker. Hey, extra yards for Walker. Speak his
There you
name.
Holding. That's
Oh,
gonna be
come
cool.
on.
Flag.
Oh, give me a break.
Paul, call in the hashtag rig squad. Let's just let him have
Rigged,
it.
Yeah.
Let him have it. Let it go.
61.
It's not like you have.
And then you
One
could let the 1
player.
second run to get to the 2-minute warning either. They stopped the clock at 2-1.
Rigged.
I mean, it's not like you have one player that's got like 3 sacks where you can be
They
like,
haven't.
all right,
They've thrown like
you're the
3
defensive
flags
guy
this
who
whole
wins it.
game. They throw that.
Well, it was holding.
It was, but my gosh.
Right.
Well, I mean,
I
I've
still
seen
want to
way
see the
worse
clock.
holding.
I want to see with the clock if they stopped it prematurely.
Well,
Get one more time out and
Carlos, we're mega bidding here.
You're mega bidding.
We're
Oh,
mega
and what?
bidding.
What are we mega bidding on?
Is it a Mike Allstock card?
No, but it's from that same era.
All right.
We'll see if I win in about 30 seconds.
What's your mega big? What? Give me the number of the mega bid is.
Not much. Not much.
Jesus, $10.
Wait. Are we talking about not much in a convention center? Or are we talking about not much as a chosen Rosen mega bid? Hold on, I got some change in the couch cushions. Hang on.
Nobody's gonna bid $20 on this.
I bid
that Rosen card in Canadian dollars with shipping was about $5. That was with shipping.
Oof. Ooh, not even close.
No, he got blown out of the water.
I got blown out of the water. It was a 97 platinum portraits Favre.
Mhm.
Okay,
Well, that's just not.
It's
not showing
extremely
up at
platinum.
all.
It's so platinum I can't even see it.
it's
Wow.
expensive because it ascended to the heavens.
Exactly.
in
It's currently
in
exploding.
a PSA 6, and I bid $30 and went for 60.
Oh no, you got to go higher than $30. No,
Yeah.
even in a 6, a lot of people for that stuff. I've bought a bunch of those inserts in like 6s, and like people don't care.
Nope.
They
They
will
just want
just. It used to be.
Watch
I
card.
have.
love it.
I have one. Let's see if I can find it here. Where is it? Yeah, this one. So this one I got. This was also in a 6. So same thing. So that one I got in a 6.
Yeah, that's more about the patch, though.
Yeah, the thing is, because this is during the time period where the 6 got you the discount, what I got this for is a fraction. If I literally cracked this out and just resold it the way it was, it would even if I resold this in a 6 right now, it would sell for 4 times what I paid for it. Because people don't care anymore. They're like, oh, whatever. It's real. Who cares?
Exactly.
Yep.
They're like, it's ultimate. It's a patch on card auto ultimate. It's low numbered, it's expensive, and it's a Hall of Famer. We'll take it. Thank you. But when I got that one, it was, I think it was 300. I paid 300 for it. It's just because it's a 6. But guys, it's literally it's the on card auto, it's the patch. It's the out of 10. What are we doing? Okay, fine. I'll take it. Great.
I'm honestly more surprised that more of the hobby doesn't think along those lines. Like hey, I prefer it in low grade because of what it is and how hard it is to get in.
Now that's just based on affordability.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, this is $100 card or a $200 Drake May. It's like it's not a $200 Drake May because someone says it's $200. What is actually going to hold value about this?
Yep.
I would rather be like, hey, I'm the, good luck finding a platinum portraits, or good luck finding an ultimate, or whatever you're, that was almost blocked.
Dear
Good luck
It's almost like he threw
finding
that
this,
versus
whatever it
Patriot.
is.
Gonna stop. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Good old days where you used to kick the ball out of bounds at between the 5 and the 10.
Nice.
Coffin corner.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore because
Great
most of the guys
guy.
aren't that accurate.
That's special. Coffin corners.
Remember me some Reggie Roby.
Reggie Roby did it after. Yeah.
I did freaking nail it. You're like,
Yeah.
you get the ball to stop on the ground. It'd hit the ground and stop. You're like, how do you do that?
Oh, I'm checking the Instagrams.
For like tree trunks.
Yeah.
I'm checking the
He was a big dude.
Instagrams, and about 13 minutes ago, Teapot started doing a victory lap on Drake May. I'm amused.
I kind of feel for him because he deals with so many ultra modern flipper idiots that he could, like, I would take victory laps also.
It's just fun for me. I enjoy it from that perspective. He was already he ran on record ahead of time going, this is like the worst Super Bowl ever. And it's like, well, look, first of all, yes, the Patriots are in it. So yeah, automatically it was going to be worse than just about most other Super Bowls. But look, at least we're getting a satisfied look. At the least we have Eric suffering.
Yes.
Let's take our blessings.
Well, we have Boston suffering for the most part.
Yes. Yes. Let's
That's
have
always
that.
positive. Even though I think the Red Sox are going to be really good this year.
It's possible. Could be.
That whole division is good now. Really, that's really good.
Not the Rays. Our team sucks, man. We've let almost everybody go. Like if you go look at the amount of people we lost this year.
I shouldn't say the whole year.
Calm down there. Now we find a way somehow. We find a way.
But I've seen the sketches for in a 3D rendering of this new stadium they're building.
Yeah, they just entered a deal with the HCC College, which is right next to Raymond James and the Tampa Yankees place that we were just playing at, that they want to turn this into a ballpark plus at a massive like dining shopping area. Kind of like what they did in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And some people are happy about it, and some people are sad about it.
Well, they want it in the same area, right?
It's literally across the street. Yeah.
So it's still going to be tough to get to. Ain't that the whole problem?
No, because they know how to get to the Bucks games without a problem. More people go to a Bucks games than they go to baseball games, and they cycle into where they don't ever interfere with each other.
Well, then they had more people go to that minor league ballpark last year than they did at the trial.
Correct. But even that wasn't sold out every game, and that was like 8,000 seats.
Right, but they still did pretty well.
A few of those.
They're in Trop, man. They're in the playoffs. They said it was like 9,000 or something, or 19,000. I was like, only most of the people were dressed as seats.
Yep,
that was the only
correct.
Way.
That's why I don't worry about it, because you're never going to sell out a whole lot of games. So it's not going to be as bad as you think. When it comes playoff time, then yeah, it's impossible to get into
that
anything
last
around
time
here.
Playoffs, they didn't sell shit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not gonna reveal the sources. I don't want to tell you guys who I sent this text message to, but I'm gonna read you the text message and you guys can figure it out. Begin the preparations for the humiliation ritual. The hashtag content gods await.
Does said person sponsor the like button?
Yes, they do.
Oh. Does he have an affinity for Mayo?
Oh, secretly he does on many levels. He reacts to it every time. Scott, that's how you do it.
And he's a coffee drink.
Scott, you send a text message that said, prepare for the humiliation ritual. The content gods await.
Let's see if they got a 16-point play in them.
That might be it. This might be it.
Just get out of bounds. Idiot.
I bet if this was NBA Jam, he'd have one.
Yay, it's over finally.
There it is.
Blessed.
Hey, this is Team Gatorade.
Yellow wins.
Wonder if you were still able to place a bet after they showed it on TV.
I was gonna say, like, you know, if they
I'd be like,
going through, it's like you kind of gave it away, bro.
100% they gave it away.
All right, guys, I got to get up early, go to work. Thanks for having me, Carlos. See y'all.
Sounds good, Scott.
Good.
I'll give you regards to Derek.
Have a good week ahead of you.
See you.
Take it easy. To answer your question, Zach, I brought the Not So Fella PC. I got the box just off screen. I brought it just in case. I figured there may be a moment where I was going to bring some cards out, but just in case I was covered. Now I'm actually curious who gets the MVP out of what's left. I'm genuinely curious.
They'll probably give it to Walker.
I think that's probably the move, because you're not giving it to Darnold. He literally hit 50% passing, 202 yards and 1 touchdown. Like, again, he didn't hurt the team. He did a good enough job, and they won. So good on them.
I mean, it should be the defense, but the problem is you don't have one person who did multiple things
Correct.
to kind of stand out.
So, Paul, are you prepared? Chat, those of you who are here, are you prepared? It is the let us commence the humiliation ritual. Sanderson to Orr.
What do you want?
All we do is lose in humiliating fashion. How's that going for you?
I have no patience for you right now.
Lose. Oh, Eric, you're
when
going to have
he
to
goes
find some
up, if you
patience.
click off.
Eric, this is but an appetizer. The things I have prepared for you over the coming days, it will be relentless, never ending.
At what point did you give up hope?
After we won the coin flip.
After you had that $250 on heads?
If you like defensive football, this was the greatest Super Bowl in history. If you like good football, this game sucked.
Yep. How do you feel about Drake May moving forward?
It's nothing but good things for him moving forward. I mean, he's the second youngest quarterback of all time after Dan Marino. Marino lost his Super Bowl. He never went back.
You can't put
No. Well, we don't know yet, but I would
Well,
assume not. I would assume not. But he's the second youngest Super Bowl quarterback of all time. It's nothing but upswing as long as he doesn't get hurt. So
Eric, by that logic,
concerned.
you could have started a toddler, and like that doesn't mean anything for your future. Like,
Yeah,
it's good to know. It's a nice.
No,
stat.
I mean, the defense in Seattle was nuts. We knew it was going to be. We talked about this. We said that it was going to be a defensive game both ways, and it was. And Seattle was awesome, and it just that made the Patriots' offensive line look ridiculous. And I think that's what the Patriots need to do is look and see how they're going to improve that for next year. Because obviously their current offensive line cannot compete with the most dominant, defense. So they're going to have to work on that in the offseason.
Did you
Screw
feel
you, Paul? Screw you.
Did you feel like there wasn't enough intensity in the team at the beginning half of the game, basically?
No.
It didn't look like they were really trying to do much.
No. I thought the defense was so smothering. They couldn't get anything going. I don't think if you're a professional athlete and you're playing for your sports ultimate championship, no, I'm not concerned about intensity level and anything like that. I just think Seattle's defense was so smothering, especially for a young quarterback.
Yeah.
It was just too much. What do you think, Michelle? What do you think about Ham's comments?
Always on point.
Always on point, she says.
I love you.
Shut up! I'm in no mood for you or you.
Or that shirt.
Wow.
Mom,
Would it
they're
help
being
you?
mean to me. She told me to shut my mouth.
Yeah, tell her I love her too.
Ham says he loves you too.
Would it help, Eric? Look, would it help if I reminded you of better days? Here, maybe this will help.
You said him, really?
Yeah.
All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win.
What's he doing?
I'm just reminding Eric of better times.
Yeah, it was better times. We were doing a lot of winning, and today not so much. So, but they weren't favored. Nobody around here having realistic conversations thought they were going to win. But
Oh, Eric, I beg to differ. I think Kevin Wildes, Bill Simmons, basically all the vocal Patriots fans out there in the world were like, "Oh my God, we're gonna win the Super Bowl."
I'm talking about normal people like sitting around talking. Nobody.
Well, hold on. To be fair,
I'm in no mood for your shit.
oh no, you're doing it. To be fair,
Get
Oh
on with
my!
it. Did I not write? Hold on, before I continue. Did I not put in the text message, prepare for the humiliation ritual? These are my words.
To be fair,
Nice.
The rest of you are all defeatists. That defeatist attitude has gotten you where you are right. That is why you have multiple boroughs. They could have come up with other names, but they gave up. They're quitters. That's what you people are, quitters.
They call you the defeatist.
You don't
they
win if
call
you're a
they
quitter.
call me lots of things. Yeah, now my son's laughing at me. Thanks. So my mom told me to shut up. My wife's flirting with Ham, and now my son's laughing at me. Well, I hope you're all happy.
And your team lost.
And my team lost.
It is merely a down payment on the gloriousness. that
Eric,
the
just
content
get it
gods
over
have
with.
ready for you.
Go to the fridge, crack open the mayo, and just take a spoonful.
Oh God, no!
And then
Did you
you
see
go
that
to
mayo
bed.
commercial? I started getting sick during that freaking mayonnaise commercial. I was starting to burp and stuff. Oh, I was getting sick. Oh, it was so
Holy
gross.
sauce.
And they're squirting it. You guys going down the bar and like squirting it on
You're
people's
doing it
sandwiches,
right
saying,
now.
"This is how I make friends." I'm like, "That's not how you make friends with me." That was gross.
Oh, man. At
So,
least they had a commercial for you.
I think the Duncan commercial is probably the best one, with all the old '90s actors and stuff. That was
Yeah,
good.
that was good. I'm gonna go back and watch the montage that they'll throw up on YouTube.
Yeah, that was definitely the best one. That was funny. I don't know why. Seriously though, it must be a copyright thing. We could all make jokes about it after, but for a quick second, I mean, Joey had Matt LeBlanc was wearing a Bruins jacket and had the Bruins logo blacked out, and it's like, if you're not allowed to show the logo,
Why are you
Don't-
wearing the jacket? Yeah,
why are
that's
you
the
wearing
thing.
the jacket?
Oops, didn't know we weren't supposed to do that.
Yeah, so that was kind of weird, but
Do you have any thoughts, Eric, on the controversy that is them giving away the color of the Gatorade prior to? There are wagers. There's money at stake.
I don't know anything about that. No,
They literally showed it on the screen, them mixing the Gatorade. So if
Okay.
you saw that, and if the wagering was still open, you could have literally bet on it and won.
All right,
That was
listen.
minutes before.
Listen, I popped on. I took my beatings. All right,
first of many beatings, let me
you
correct
you turned my family against me. My son's going home. I need to say goodbye to him and all that. So screw all of you, and I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you go ahead, Eric. I will see you tomorrow for the commencement of
No, I don't do this show
Ritual.
anymore. No,
It's a
I don't do. I don't do YouTube anymore. This is my last appearance.
It should be like Carnival.
Look,
That's
that's
what it
right.
is.
No, you can all go screw.
See you Monday. Hi, Mama.
See, Kathy.
Hi, I was wondering who was here.
Oh, I'm here, Kathy. Eric
Yes.
needed to hear what he needed to hear from me. Don't worry, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sure. He always needs to hear it from you.
Oh, he
No.
will. I'm
No, I don't.
merely warming up. Kathy, I have a new vigor. I'm invigorated and I'm excited.
Uh-oh.
Eric, look, Friday will be tremendous. It will be an multi-hour celebration.
Oh, I can just
I
imagine.
told you I don't do YouTube. I'm gonna hang up and I'm never coming on YouTube again.
I'm telling you, I don't
retired.
care what you're saying. Nothing you say matters.
What else is new?
Correct.
All right, I'm leaving.
Bye.
Screw all everyone, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
See you.
I am right behind him also. I have to wake up
Yeah.
at 5 a.m. for work, and it sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a roll out too.
Well, I'm about to cut it to an end. All right, thank you, everybody. Hopefully, you all enjoyed. Patriots haters rejoice. Justice has been served. This is the Super Bowl we deserved. Sam Darnold is a Super Bowl winner. Take that, Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Lamar, and somewhere off in the distance, only Josh Rosen is laughing to himself. He goes, "When I own Amazon, I will laugh at all of them." That's all we can hope for.
For now.
That's it. All right. Take it easy, folks. There you go. For those of you that asked, you got the Super Bowl watch along. Enjoy. Thank you to Ham. Thank you to Paul for joining it. Thank you to Big Scott. And Eric, I will deal with this boy once again 24 hours from now. Podcast episode will drop on Tuesday. And then Friday night, oh my God, the things I will have ready for this boy on Friday night. I'm thinking about it. It's going to be great. All right. Have a good night. Take it easy.
All right, take care.
Peace out, boys.